Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, John Travolta, JMails24, Unamento, M Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Canna Bear, Fiber Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, The Open-Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealons, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their conversation while I set up for today's live show.
Talk about, time rich, money poor, and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
And basically how you said you've seen... Well, what I was thinking about when you were saying that stuff, I was thinking about like the Bible verse about the deceitfulness of riches, right? How they basically get caught up in like I don't know, in this paradigm that does them more bad than good. And I thought it was pretty interesting that you like seen through it. Because if it's holding you in like bondage, so to say, right? If it's like really doing that to you, then it's your master, right? It dominates you.
Sorry, I thought I was on mute as I cleared my throat.
Yeah, it says money is
that's
a
fine.
high wall of conceit.
Yeah, but so I thought it was pretty cool how you like seen through it and stuff like that, because it seems like a lot of people don't see through it and they don't know they're actually being controlled, right? I mean, having money is fine, but if the money is controlling you, then it's not fine, and you're basically seeing that. Follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't know. I thought that was a pretty good conversation. Yeah, you kind of showed me like, I know you told this so many times before, but this time you gave some more insight into it, and I thought it was a pretty good pre-show. So yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to say.
Hello, everyone else in Discord. Hello, Neil. I'm going to get coffee. Hopefully you'll chat amongst yourselves.
Yeah, righteous. It says that in the Proverbs, it says that money is a high wall of conceit. But money does make things easier. It depends on if it has you or you have it. I think that's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah, something like that. I think we got on the same page.
Hey, guys.
Hey, George.
Hello.
On deck.
Hey, one deck. Hey, guys. You all right?
Morning, everybody.
Wait, who's that guy?
Guy's got a good voice, whoever it is.
That was the LSG.
Okay. Well, I'm not in front of the monitor, so I'm not seeing, and I didn't recognize you.
Where are you from?
I'm out in New Hampshire right now. New England.
Oh, okay. Patriot land.
Yes, sir.
Are you originally from there? Because you sound like you have sort of a southern accent.
Oh no, born and raised in this area. I could get wicked piss a kid, buddy.
Yeah, roll you up in a carpet. Hey, righteous. Speaking of money, they did like a follow up on a lot of the people that hit the lottery, and it's funny because the ones that were generous with the money and used it, like say to help this one or help that one or put into this organization, the money like tripled. And those that kept it to themselves, you wouldn't believe the problems that they had. One guy gave his daughter an allowance, a hefty allowance. She wound up overdosing on drugs. I mean, horror stories.
Yeah, I've seen I actually seen somebody win like 5 million in a local area, and apparently ended up in a horror story. Like the guy's broke now, and he's like, "Well, I'm just gonna leave it like that." It didn't work out, and I'm like, "Oh wow, that was kind of weird." And it's weird how I seen this article. I was just waiting somewhere in like an office, right? And I actually happened to see the newspaper like right beside me, and it talked about this person. I'm like, oh wait a second, I know this guy. He's from like my town where I used to live. I even like talked to him, and I was like, really? He lost it all? And anyways, I'll leave it at that. It didn't work out.
That's the thing, because he probably kept it. Well, I won't say, but in this survey that they did, or not survey, but like a follow-up story on them, the ones that were selfish had problems. The ones that were generous did not have any problems, but multiplied.
They call like karma, don't they? Is it?
I call it what you sow is what you reap. That's what the Bible says, right?
Yeah. Same thing. Yeah. Money, the root of all evil.
No. You got it wrong. Say it again.
It's the
It's
love of
not
money
money.
that's the root of all
The
evil.
love of money. That's correct, Righteous.
I was just quoting the Pink Floyd lyrics, money.
Yeah, they got it wrong. I know.
I think they actually say money, the root of all evil.
Today.
I think that's the lyric.
Yeah, money the root of all evil today. But it's the love. It's not money itself. It's the love of money. Nathan has a whole story on that.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Ted.
Morning, Ted.
Nathan, I got a couple of slides. Master D. I know Neil's going to go off on this.
Yes, back to the slides.
I'm not quite ready yet. Sorry.
All right, no problem. When you are.
Someone got a budgie in the background.
What?
Yeah, I hear a hissing sound in the background too.
You can hear like a bird or a budgie tweeting.
Yo, my bad. That's my mic. It's fucked up. I'm just gonna use.
Wow, we got good ears.
I didn't hear anything, so whoever heard that, good on you.
These ears should
I've got a
also feel rotation of the earth if the earth was spinning, right?
I got to get used to the echo in this place I'm in now. The ceilings are so high. They have to be like 12-foot high ceilings.
It's a wood floor or carpet?
Wood.
Yeah.
I got
throw a carpet down, one of those cheap carpets you can buy, and it'll help.
I got a nice area rug that my wife's mom gave us many years ago. It's really nice. What are those called? The Persian rugs? The area rugs?
Yeah, that's all you need to put. And then if you have curtains, that'll deaden the sound a little bit.
Oh my God, the windows are like 9 feet windows, 10. It's like
How come they're not 10 feet windows?
No, I'm just guessing. they're very big windows. But one of the local pastors that I know from when I lived here years ago came by to see a very nice guy, and he was saying, "Wow, you got high ceilings, and you're paying for your own heat and stuff like that." I said, "Yeah," and it clicked when he said high ceilings. So listen, I'll see at the end of the month what it's going to be. I'm not going to worry myself over it. Right now, I got to get established. I got to get working. Come on, Nathan, you still not ready?
No,
Just
what do
pushing
you want?
buttons.
What do you want me to do?
Hi,
Just put it, I can just put it up. Do you want me to just put it up? Is that all you want?
Hey, Adam.
Okay, done.
We're ready to go.
Which one do you got? You got the one from the New Scientist?
Report documentation, NASA.
No, the one before that.
Highlighted reply, Pulster X.
Yeah, New Scientist on the top, right?
Ugh.
It's two pieces of information. One's the
Just-
Andrew Hill reply, earthly. Hey, Adam.
All right, mate.
That was a good game yesterday. Real,
Heartbreaking.
yeah, it was. They really tried their hardest,
me,
man.
I definitely wanted Morocco to win. I didn't want.
So-
I'm an Englishman. How can you want either Argentina or France to win it?
I wanted
So-
Morocco to win too as well.
So there's only 2 teams left, right?
Yeah.
And when is that game?
Sunday.
And then there's Morocco versus Croatia on Saturday, but no one ever watches that. I don't know why they make them play it. It's just cruel.
I'll watch it
Actually,
because
rest
I
in
like
peace,
the way
Morocco,
Morocco's
though, I can't
playing.
lie.
They're well coached.
Boring game.
Morning.
Morocco Croatia will be interesting.
Morning.
Boring game. I love it. So some people find it exciting. Some people find it boring.
Why are they making them play it if they're not?
Third and
It
fourth.
doesn't matter.
Third and fourth.
I don't want to play that game either.
Really?
Why?
Why?
Let them flip a
Because-
coin.
Hey, best news though, boys. Next one you're hosting, aren't you? You, Mexico.
Oh,
and
that's
Canada.
right. Yeah. Yeah. Next one will be here in the States.
You get 60 matches, and Mexico and Canada get 10 each.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
It's going to be massive, though, isn't it? They're almost doubling the amount of teams in the World Cup for the next one. Loads more. I don't think
Oh, wow.
Europe gets many more places, but a lot more other world teams do.
What is it now? 32 teams over, or is it 60?
Yeah.
It's 32 teams over 29 days total. Okay. And it's going to go to 60 teams, you say?
It'd probably be 64, won't it? Something like that.
Wow.
That's a big jump.
Or 48 with some kind of third place qualifying. I don't know, but I'm sure it goes up massively.
I didn't know that until you just said that.
Money.
Just a quick,
Money.
just a quick shout on yesterday as well. On the horizon and what we was talking about, and I think we eventually got there. And then it's like we all came back to the basics of the sextant tool is made to measure elevation angles, and it's used on the surface of the earth or the sea, and that tells you everything what's going on. It measures elevation angles, so it needs that flat baseline, and we're using the surface of the earth to do that, and that's basically what it boils down to. And we was chatting on about that 6 months ago, like solidly, and maybe we've not been drumming it in again as much. I know Temp hasn't been doing as much repetitive
Some
on that.
people just
but
ain't
it was
getting
good.
it. Sorry, some people just ain't getting it. They say you don't need a
it's so
sextant.
easy. So it's so easy to get, though. The tool's made to measure elevation angles, and we're doing it on the surface of the sea. It's that simple.
But it is that simple. But we did have the luxury of 10th Man giving us a private tutorial as he learned about it over a 2-year period.
Well, that's why I put up the book by Harold Jacoby and chapter 6 on the sextant, and it's on the one page that's very important. And we read it yesterday, and it says that the two uses of the sextant are not inconsistent, for it's really intended for measurement of any angle formed at the observer's eye by two lines drawn to distant objects. In the case of danger angle, these two distant objects are landmarks. Now, when they say danger angle and landmarks, they're talking when you're near shore and you want to know where the rocks are. So you're using the sextant for angles between the rocks. So they call that danger angle. So you don't run ashore, get shipwrecked. Okay. And then it says in the case of the sun, now this is more when you're in the middle of the ocean and you got no landmarks, what do? How do you know where you are? So he says in the case of the sun, they are the horizon line where the sea and sky seem to meet, and the sun itself. So those are the two lines. So you got to use the horizon and the luminary, the sun, the moon, or one of the 64 navigational stars that they often use. This height of the sun or of any star in the sky is called the altitude. And so the altitude is always an angle to be measured in degrees and minutes. The point directly overhead is the zenith. The angle between lines drawn to the horizon and the zenith is 90 degrees or a right angle. So in order to form a right angle, it's your zenith and the horizon, and then the angle of elevation are the two lines that give you the elevation angle, and then you subtract it from 90 to get your co-altitude, which converts to your zenith distance. Now, the reason you do height of eye correction to get to sea level is so you don't end up with an obtuse angle, and you're off. It has to come from a right angle. I mean, it's so obvious.
Yeah, but according to some, you don't own a boat and you haven't been out to sea. But David
I own a boat.
owns a boat.
I own a boat, and I've been out to sea. And I have the same instruments that he has on his boat, and I did it quite well. I didn't need the actual sextant because I was just going, 26 to 35 miles out. But it doesn't matter. The official sources we cite, they're the experts. They're the ones telling us this. This is Harold Jacoby, a dean of astronomy. This book was used for navigation.
It's a shame that they say things like that to you, but when it comes to their priests, they blindly accept everything they say about a place they've never been.
That's correct.
That is a shame.
Okay, but if I quote Joe Montana on how he played quarterback, do I have to play quarterback?
According to them, yeah.
Absolutely not. Right, but if that standard was a realistic standard, then all astrophysicists, all their priesthood would be incapable of speaking about heliocentrism.
Yeah.
Agreed.
No, everything is built upon the education you learn, and the education you learn was built upon people who learned from other people prior to you. But they have to be vetted out in reality because the citation, just because it's a citation, doesn't mean it's a good one. You still have to say, is this real? So are we ready to read what Andrew Hill said? Nathan.
Which was all you've sent me is a NASA document. That's all you've sent me.
No, there's one before that.
Okay. Yeah, it's up.
Okay, earthly, if you can focus in on that part. This is Andrew. We read this before. This is because someone wrote in the New Scientist. And Andrew, and this is the response by Darcy Reddyhoff to Andrew Hill. It reads as follows. Andrew Hill, Darwin Rules, OK, 12th July, page 127. Excuse me. Says, even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth. One can, of course, believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to a celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth, and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and the moon move across the inner surface of this sphere and hence perforce go around the earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy because dogma is as may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill would look in the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest. Darcy Reddyhoff, Royal Air Force College.
Wow.
This is so damning.
Beautiful.
This is so damning to what they say, because this is not how it's done the way they say it. It's done this way. So as John has pointed out, celestial sphere is a flat Earth model. It's the stars and the moon and that are moving, not the Earth. So how can you say, we're going to borrow something from the flat Earth, but then we want you to believe we're on the sphere spinning, when the way they do it is based on the flat Earth? It's over right there when they teach that in navigation. And when I asked the guy why they do it, a navigator that is, he says, well, it just works easier that way. And I go, really? How about if it just works that way? And then you make us imagine we're on the sphere spinning, and when we don't feel any rotation whatsoever, or no Coriolis effect based on Earth spinning.
So, Tent, what we need
Can
to
someone
do is
post
get these
that?
guys and put them where their life depends on it, and let's see how they navigate then.
Well, you
That
know,
does-
that what Tenth just said after that, when that guy says it's easier that way, you know, that would be a good time to ask the Habersign question. Like if it is, then why are you applying a transformative equation to make it a sphere?
I'm glad you did that, John, because we're going to get to that. Now, if you go to the second slide from NASA, let me know when that's on the screen, Nathan. And we've all seen these NASA documents, and all this aerospace companies say the same thing.
Yeah,
It's
so
just one of them. Okay, it says there at the bottom, abstract. This report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. The derivation makes no assumptions of reference, trajectory, or vehicle symmetry. The linear system equations are derived and evaluated along the general trajectory and include both aircraft dynamics and observation variables. Okay, so a little bit different, but along the same. So if we're a globe spinning, then why does NASA and all these other aerospace companies say that their planes are flying, I mean, from the SR-71 to all the other ones, right? Over a flat, non-rotating Earth. And in celestial navigation, it's a non-rotating Earth as well. I mean, come on. Is this a clue?
It's easy that way.
clue. It's an outright admission.
I know. I mean, I'm just saying that for the ballers who might hear this. It's like, come on. You can't be taking credit that it works on a non-rotating Earth and that the stars are moving when you actually do it, whether it's airplanes or navigation, and then say, the only reason we do it that way is because it's easier, but really we're a ball spinning. And And then you lack all the evidence that you're a ball spinning, like Earth-based Coriolis, like air flights from Charlotte to LA should be shorter. You miss all that would prove it. The very thing we want that would prove it, and we wouldn't have the show today, is missing. But then you use flat Earth for everything else and say, yeah, but don't disregard that. Disregard non-rotation of the Earth. But just believe us when we say our model.
They do the same thing at planetariums.
Well, you know, I can give a baller a pass, right? Because they're not privy to the argument, right? They just think that's what is. They're not arguing. So it's a belief. But the minute you hear the information, you know, that becomes a liability upon the individual to understand it, you know. So if they're capable of comprehending it and they argue against it, you know, it's hard not to question their motives at that point.
Well, evidence is what everyone's asking for. And I've just supplied 2 pieces of evidence with many, many more, of course, that backs those. And you have a situation where the current belief is we're on a ball that's spinning. And as the picture just shows up on Nathan's screen, it shows the boat with the right angle triangle. How in the world do you get that to work on a curved surface? You can't get a 90 on a curved surface, and all of celestial navigation is about 90. How in the world is that happening on a curved surface when it can never happen on a curved surface?
So, John, if what you're saying, since you were a baller, you're saying with all of this information, if you're still holding on to the ball, then it's on you?
Well, at the moment that you hear the argument, and obviously the arguments are getting out there, it's like Kent showed yesterday, it's forcing there's forcing subject matter experts to change their citations. What the hell's going on? Why are you doing that? You know?
Yeah, how could he draw a 90-degree right angle triangle and then say, actually, we don't use that anymore? After he shows us that's what he did. And then I'm showing you other navigation sites agreeing with him with the right angle 90-degree. Well, they only change their mind when the ballers put pressure on them. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, good. Cuck for your globe. Be subservient. Good dogs.
But that does speak to the reach of the show, that what is happening here is directly forcing them to make their subject matter experts change their tune. That's huge.
I agree.
Because as far as I know, and I mean I could be wrong, but the elevation angle argument was developed here, was it not?
Yes, it was.
So Nathan, how far do you think your reach goes by proxy?
See how far it goes, based on who watches where. Mainly UK, America, and Canada.
Well,
It's
what I'm
going
saying,
further
though,
than
is,
Nathan thinks it's going.
what I'm saying though is the anti-flat earthers that hear it propagate it as well in their arguments, right? It's not globe rhetoric that they're propagating.
Nathan, will you please put
Okay, hold
this
on. Let me just wrap around what you're saying. What you're saying is, by virtue of someone like Simon Dan playing out me saying you can't have gas pressure without a container, the sky is not a vacuum, etc., etc., that's reaching a wider audience. Whether or not they accept him saying, oh, well, gas goes down to force the other gases up, and we have a gradient. If they swallow that, it doesn't matter because they've already heard the information. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying that it's like a ripple effect, you know, and at the center of that ripple, you just happen to be standing there.
That's a great analogy.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, how many people watch your live shows? Say 100? You think 100 random people are enough to force a subject matter expert to change his citation? 100 just people you pick off the street, right? I don't think they could.
I like the way you're doing this, John.
How is this an achievement? Getting some
What do you mean? What are you talking about, Nathan?
globe cook
Look.
to his globe. I don't get how that's an achievement.
He
when
got
it's-
pressure. He got pressure because of the elevation argument that your show highlighted.
Right. So the fact that you can change the rhetoric from your position, I think you might just be a little bit more powerful than you think.
Agreed. Something special's going on here, and you will see.
Wasn't there another example with like Sleeping Warrior? You guys in the past noticed the rhetoric changing before your eyes?
Been dozens of examples of that's why I'm so underwhelmed. I'm sorry. I should be more. Wow. Yeah, I've seen it before. And I'm not trying to decry your point, John. I'm really sorry if I'm a bit under enthusiastic. Got a creaky chair. Bought a second-hand chair.
Yeah,
thinking
today-
it looked lovely on eBay. And it creaks, which is useless for a show because I can hear it creaking through the mic. Anyway, enough of my
I knew
first
it.
world problems.
I knew it. See,
I
here I
knew there was
wanted
a
you to
problem
show.
too.
Listen, I wanted you to share 2 slides. Your mind goes on noise and creaky chairs. See, this is you should start a sound show, an eardrum specialist. I mean, that's where you would just get off. I mean, my goodness. You go to this last picture.
Get him, Tim.
It's nonsense.
Yep.
Okay. Here we have a black and white screenshot of periscope films showing how celestial navigation is done using an elevation angle. On the picture, you see a circle. The center would be the GP of the star or sun. And where the guy is the observer with the sextant. And he's getting an elevation angle. Now, just look at that picture. It's a triangle. He's going to get the co-altitude once he establishes what that elevation angle is minus from his 90, and that would be the zenith distance. How is this described this way? Exactly the same way that the subject matter expert did until he was forced to change his mind.
Change his
How
mind.
embarrassing
He put
that
a
I could go
disclaimer
to any...
in a comment in a YouTube video to satisfy dickheads that are pestering him in his comments. That's what's actually happened.
Yeah, that's it. Nothing more. I get it. But the point is, it's the way he commented. And yet I can go to countless resources like this one and the books themselves and give a thumbs up to his first presentation. But I can't do it anymore because he changed his mind.
Call him out.
Because of
What's his
pressure.
name? I know you've already done it, but what's his name?
Who?
Guy with his pinned comment that says, everything I've just told you is not actually true because we're on a globe. Who?
That's tabletclass.com. And he said, special note, the earth is round, oval, so my use of right triangles is a simple math model to explain the basic concepts of navigating by the stars. However, now this is where I'm going to tie into John's point. However, the actual math needed to perform celestial navigation involves trigonometry on a sphere, which is very advanced math. As such, you should watch the video knowing that right angle trigonometry is not actually used in navigation because the earth is a sphere. Now, I just showed you black and white where right angle trig was used. His own video showed it was being used until he got pressure. But this is where John's point comes in. I'm going to read it. However, the actual, now let me take liberty here. However, we have to do a transformative equation called a Haversine to change the right angle triangle into a spherical triangle. That's what he wants to say with his advanced math. But it wasn't taken that way. It's an afterthought after you measured it flat to convince people you live on a sphere.
Right. So whoever wrote that comment, has kowtowed to the globe. their religious doctrine, their faith. They're prepared to throw the method that's the starting point for conversion to a globe under the bus to say, no, after this is done, after the angles are measured from a flat plane, it's globe-shaped afterwards. Therefore, not flat. Oh, okay.
I would like
Fine.
I would like to point out that he didn't change his video or
Yeah, I was
take it
gonna say-
down.
That was going to be what I rounded out with. His video is exactly the same, presenting the same information, and celestial navigation will not change. It can't. So what difference does his pinned comment make? Satisfies some globe cucks that are pressuring him because he completely contradicts his own nonsense. Well, okay,
Well,
fine.
I'll tell you what, Nathan. If I could say something to 50 random people and have them say, harass my doctor to say that I'm not sick when I tested positive for a ailment, that's an achievement, wouldn't you think? Or an interesting achievement. I wouldn't say it's something you put a trophy on your wall for, but it is interesting.
Yeah, and what you're saying is, if we were the people that were opposing us, we'd need to do something about that power that we have. Yeah, they would, and they have. Limiting it to things like this. Because, yeah, we would quite literally, in the mind's eye of the masses, change the world if we had a carte blanche access to the general public on the internet. We haven't. Now, we did,
Right, but
when we all knew nothing, when we were all ignorant. They went, yeah, there you go. Go and speak to whoever you like. And as soon as we
Yeah.
started to get a bit sharper, shut it all down. Now,
right,
at our
that's fine,
sharpest,
but
we've got the most limited exposure possible.
But even in that limit, right? They've thrown the blanket over the light, right? Even within that, you can still force a subject matter expert to change his tune
By proxy.
by proxy, but it's
Yeah,
still
yeah, but see,
you're
John,
you're the
Nathan,
center of the ripple.
Okay,
but see, John, you
there's a-
gotta
there's a
realize
term.
Nathan's
No.
gonna.
Okay, there's a term for this. You're saying you are an influencer. And in terms of the statistics for where YouTube used to classify somebody as that, it was 25,000 subscribers. That was the point that you got all the influencer benefits and you could have memberships and things like that. Now, they've subsequently changed it and almost anybody can have memberships now. But that was the line they drew. If you've got 25,000 subscribers, about that point, you can classify that person as an influencer. Now, given that I've got 24,200, I'd say, yeah, I'm on the borderline of being able to classify myself as an influencer, i.e., I have influence over people. But I knew that anyway. And I'm not decrying your point. Yes, you can influence people, but the limit of influence is what we're also experiencing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the people who
I
have
agree.
Come
People
on,
who-
you'll still be saying that when the whole paradigm shifts. You'll still be talking
Hold
this
on.
nonsense.
John,
how
John,
much-
John, let me-
Jeez.
Okay, how much influence you have is directly connected to how many people you reach. And in this arena, the flat earth arena, the numpties punting nonsense have a bigger reach than I do. That's the bottom line. Therefore, even if you
99
manage to make your way through the cracks of anti-flat earth to the real flat earth, if you want to call what we're in, chances are you will find your way to one of the people we oppose, as opposed to us. So yes, we have gained a small influence. That much is true. We can praise that all day if
John.
we want to pat each other on the back. Then fine, I'll join in.
No.
Yay!
That's not what we're doing.
Hold on. You're missing my point. You are influencing influencers.
Correct.
John, let me address something to you because Nathan's out of it. He's too concerned about the chair.
I am.
Uh,
He's not wrong. I'm very
duh.
depressed about it.
Duh. Okay, hang on. Let me say it. So, John, if you want Nathan's emotions and him to be Nathan when he gets on that roll, talk about chairs right now because he ain't gonna do it on this, right? The chair is more important.
Well, no, I accept his point is valid, right? He does have a small audience, but that small audience just happens to be people that can influence others or a portion of that audience. So the anti-flat earthers are watching. And
That's
from
right.
And from the things you say, it affects the rhetoric and it crumbles from there. They're there trying to buffer against the crumbling, but they're in a way making it worse.
The chair is more important right now, John. That's the problem.
I am listening,
Gideon
and I'm
300,
taking
baby.
it in, right? And I agree. So whenever I moan about this sort of stuff to my wife, she'll put it into perspective in terms of the amount of time I've put into it, the amount of effort I've put into it, and what I've achieved in that period. And she can, like me, because I give her the stats all the time, just break down the stats. She's got that kind of mind. So she broke it down to me literally last night. It made me a lot happier in terms of her showing the progress that I've actually achieved, the standard that I set at the start, the break point. In other words, as much as if it was a few years ago, I wouldn't be airing this because it sounds bad. But there was a point where I was assessing it with my wife going, right, this is, if it doesn't achieve X in this period of time, then I just have to cut my losses and just do something else to earn money because it just isn't going to work. And it reached that point just about the time my wife was about to go on maternity leave with our second kid. I'm looking at it going, this is the point where I'm right on the edge of not being able to sustain us, right? So we're at that break point now. I have to make a decision, cut our losses or continue. What do we do? And my wife, she's very, very supportive, encouraged me to continue. She's like, this was the line you drew and you're on that line. You're not below it, you're on it. So that to me says continue. And I was like, okay, it's taken so much work to get to that line. Like, bloody hell, how much more work? So it seems like a long uphill slog. But the slope, which is very shallow, is going uphill. And Flatsoid pointed it out to me a couple of days ago on his stream. He's like, I had a look at your stats and you're growing. I'm like, yeah, I know. Very slowly and very steadily through lots of work and monitoring of statistics and putting out more work when the numbers dwindle and so on and so forth to keep it consistently growing at a very slow rate. But then again, like I say, when someone like your wife comes along and puts it into perspective and goes, well, that means you've been doing this technically at that point where you've gone, no, this is the point where I can say, this is now my job. And it was at that moment, I was like, when people commented about what I do, I'm like, this is my job. That was the point that I started saying that. And that period is about 3.5 years. So in that period, I can say, okay, I've experienced enough growth to just about stay sustained. No, I can't afford to buy a chair, and I've got champagne taste and a brown ale budget, which is unfortunate because I end up spending good money after bad, as they say, buying secondhand stuff that was really nice 25 years ago. You know what I mean? I'm sure this was a £1,500 chair back then. But now it's just a creaky old pile of crap that I've bought on eBay, which is what you do when you're poor. Now, first world problems, people probably couldn't give a crap, but it is a little bit depressing because as much as I was praised this morning by Righteous Force for saying, oh, you know, you take these assessments and go, no, I'm going to be time rich. Time rich is much better because, you know, you've only got a limited amount of time. Yes, you could put more money into earning more money, but you're still not going to get any more time. So time is the more valuable of the two. But then when your chair starts creaking, it all seems very wrong. Anyway.
It's not the chair, it's your ears.
Yeah, you're picking up things that we can't pick up.
Go. You're such a perfectionist. And it's good because you have a good sounding show, but you take it too far sometimes. Get some olive oil if you can't afford WD-40 and squeeze it on there.
I've done that. I've put powder. I've put WD-40. I've used wood glue. I've used super glue.
Powder.
You name it.
My goodness. Okay. Then
did it on
live with
stream
it.
once. What on stream?
Then live
I was
with
literally,
it.
you guys were all
You get
arguing
bigger.
away, and QE's like trying to say, "Can't you take a bit of control?" So I grabbed hold of my mic, which is on a really quite cool boom arm that I cobbled together again with eBay parts for about £30, so I can articulate the camera, and just point it at whatever I like, and it stays in position on this multi-axis arm that I made. And I just pointed it at the chair. So, you know, without obviously being able to reach the mute button to unmute the mic, I just sort of mouthed into the mic, I'm fixing a chair, you know, so the audience at least can see I've got a chair upside down, the one I'd normally be sat behind the mic on, trying to stop the damn thing from squeaking, and I've been for weeks, and it's just making me annoyed. Anyway, enough of my
Can we
moaning.
start a GoFundMe for
No, I'm not going to do a
back?
GoFundMe. Nobody is going to support a GoFundMe for a chair.
Listen,
There's just no way.
This show is groundbreaking. Keep pushing forward, Nathan.
Nathan?
Yes. I'm
Who
gonna start
knows?
now.
Who knows, man? Who knows? Who cares? If they don't, they don't. They don't have to. If they want to help you out, get a chair, they'll help you out. Start it up, man.
I remember-
okay. I'm in a
I'll
country
donate a
currently
squeaky wheel.
There's in a massive crisis with lots and lots of poverty. Lots of people have recently lost their jobs. They've lost their businesses. They're being taxed up to the hilt, and they have huge energy bills at the moment. So I have so much empathy for my fellow countrymen who are in poverty because they are forced into it by the way of the world in the last 2 years. I would feel disgusted with myself if I ran a GoFundMe for a chair. It very much is a first world problem in the scheme of things. I just want to say that. It doesn't mean I'm not going to moan about it and be a bit annoyed about it, because I've obviously spent bad money. That's the way I see it. Just the way it is. I'm not going to do a GoFundMe for it, though. I'd feel awful.
I got a reaction video for you, Neil deGrasse Tyson, when you're ready on the show.
Okay, I'm going to start the live show, though. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by Righteous Force, Neil, 10th Man, Adam, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in Discord. So welcome, one and all.
Let's get it on. Let's
Good
go.
morning. Good morning.
Rise and shine.
Good morning.
Okay, so, generally speaking, I don't tend to carry on a conversation that we've had in the pre-show because it's almost bad manners to the people who've not been watching as a member. Become a member now if you want to watch these things in their entirety, and obviously you can't do that even if you are a member, given this is only being broadcast now and the recording isn't released yet. However, an interesting point was raised by John, or Refracted Curvature, in the pre-show in regards to the amount of influence that we actually have on this show. Now, the premise for this discussion was based on the fact that a subject matter expert in celestial navigation has pinned a comment to his own video detailing how you use flat Earth elevation angle measurements, which prove beyond all doubt that we are actually navigating and measuring a flat plane, to get elevation angle measurements from it in order to navigate it and find our position with it. He has completely contradicted his own video based on pressure from anti-flat earthers, as far as we can establish, who are bombarding him in the comments section to say, in spite of all of the elevation angle measurements requiring a flat plane, it's actually still a sphere, in a comment. Now, the video hasn't been removed or altered in any way. It hasn't been edited. It's just a comment. But based on this comment, I'm being told we've got a really wide-reaching influence over the people. My response being, just so we're up to date, at about 25,000 subscribers, you could consider yourself to be of influence or an influencer, if you will. So, yes, while it's true, I just want to get an idea from the people who are watching, now they've heard my summary of this, what they think, given that we're in a tiny little pond in a, I don't want to say censored part of the internet. I don't know what the word would be for what we experience here with other people promoted above us. But in any event, we're in a little pond, right? So if you feel that we have a much more broad reach than perhaps meets the eye, either because you just agree with John and say, no, we're just influencing people who are of influence and therefore they're making other people do things based on what we discuss here. Or you feel that, as some people tell me and I don't agree with, there's actually hundreds of thousands of people watching and loads of people that just don't comment and we just wouldn't know because we wouldn't know what we don't know or something like that. But in any event, just let us know from the chat if you think that this particular show, that's Flat Earth Debate, has an importance in this world that we find ourselves in, beyond perhaps the downplaying that I'm suggesting with my tone, let's just say. So let us know in the comments what you think. In the meantime, we're going to do a bit of housekeeping. So any evidence that
Yeah, I don't like your tone.
Well, okay, no, you can start us off, Neil. I'll forgo housekeeping because it's an immediately developed discussion from the panel. Neil.
Your tone is like disdain in your tone. Come on.
Hello.
We're having an effect on a lot that's going on. Whether you want to face it or believe it, what are you afraid of the moment? It might get too big for you. I don't know.
No.
Mic check. Mic check.
Hold on. Eli's trying to get something. Go ahead, Eli.
Oh.
So this is how you really do it, Nathan. Everyone in the chat right now, type in 1 if you've been around the internet on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter comment section, wherever you can think of. You've heard an anti-flat earth argument against an argument you heard here first. Put a 1 in the chat.
Okay, so what Eli's saying is, if you have heard, devoid of this show, so on random Twitter feed, random whatever feed, you've seen somebody who is in opposition to us, what we call flat earth, describing what would be considered a rebuttal to one of the conversations or debates or discussion points that we have here. That's so convoluted and finite, but there we go. If you can follow along with what Eli's asking for, put 1. Was there anything else, Neil? Oh my God, everybody's saying 1. Literally everybody in the chat is saying 1.
Well, let me say this
quick.
Why?
Because
hold on. No. Now that everybody's literally said 1, I'm going to let Eli make this. Go ahead, Eli. I wasn't expecting that one bit.
Well, I asked that because it was my experience. It's my experience on all corners of the internet. So I just figured perhaps it's everybody else's experience, because when it comes to the black swan, everyone everywhere talks about the debunking of it, but they don't know the argument. But I'm pretty sure they're reacting to, guess who? Us, because this show is who broke the black swan. Everybody can agree with that. How else would it have propagated the internet?
Remember how you say we're at the cutting edge of, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. And this is like the proof in the pudding, as Elijah is putting it. It's, you see all these arguments out there from both sides, right? So it's from my personal experience too, just like Eli.
Okay.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Chocolate. Have you got any opinions on this?
Not really. I think it's a combination of both. Like, I think there are a lot of people that, at least from the first question that you asked when I came in, I think there are a lot of people that do watch and don't really engage much, because a lot of people know this is a thing, but obviously the consensus is very comfortable and people don't like leaving their comfortability. So that's a problem, right? But yeah, I think we're a lot bigger than most people give us credit for, or whatever. Not that we're looking for that, but yeah. But I would add to that, though. I know we have like a sort of international community, because I've had people tell me I've been in like Mexican chats and different communities, and they're talking about us, or they're talking about what we're talking about. You know, Spanish speaking chats and shit like that. So yeah, I think we're getting up there.
I didn't know you spoke Spanish, Chocolate.
Well, like I said, it's not me. People tell me.
No, I'm saying you got
no,
some influence.
no habla español.
Listen,
Right.
you got some influence
Hold on.
if someone's repeating you in Spanish. You're not even there.
Well, what my point was, though, is that it seems as if the arguments that have been formulated here are influencing the influencers and making an even bigger effect.
It's the only argument. It's the only, like, and the only reason there's a stark contrast is because everyone else in flat Earth, okay, let me not say everyone else, but come on, the feeling, because there's so many flat earthers who do this, is a replacing of the heliocentric model. So there's nothing to rebut other than say that's retarded. When it comes to our arguments, people spend hours trying to explain how it doesn't make sense. Because we're the only ones that are actually refuting the foundational claims. It's the only conversation that you can be engaged in because we're the only ones discussing it.
I'm glad you said that, because they've spent hours and hours and hours to tell us what 90 degrees isn't.
Yep.
Sounds like time well spent.
Okay. I mean, I take it on board, but in terms of the actual change to this show, this channel, the difference when it permeates through the mainstream influencers, for example, two examples with the same exact argument would be Simon Dan and PhD Clown Thunderfoot. Well, both of them have argued the same thing against the gas pressure argument, which is to say we've got a gas pressure gradient, gas go down, go boom, boom. That's their argument, right? And in both instances, my name, this channel, if you will, although I doubt either of them put links to my channel, being the smaller, reactionary, feeding their content and income channel that I am, yeah, I didn't get a single extra subscriber in either instance. So, with Clown, Thunderfoot, he's putting me under the noses of, what, 1 million people? Or 1 million views.
Well, you have
Simon Dan, it's a couple of 100,000 probably by the time his video's had its full amount of views.
That's a red herring to my point.
Well, Nathan. Let me just dip into the red herring a little bit before you take it back, John. You can't say that because you don't know that. And the only reason that I'm saying that is because we just talked about how this FBI agent was working in Twitter during the one of the election times, specifically doing what Twitter claimed that they weren't doing, being biased based on politics. And this conversation is political. I think Anthony's argued this, and maybe he's argued against it being political, but the thing is, they use the same logical fallacies in the news that they do here.
I don't like this. We'll get to you in a second, John. I'm just going to deal with this first. What is it with us, in this case you, Eli, where if the mainstream media puts out a story that supports the little man in his oppression, everyone rallies behind the story like it's true? So in this case, the story, which I did get presented to me on my feeds, not that I watched the story, but I got generally the idea of what they were punting from the headlines. They're punting the idea that we've been wronged and censored, and here's the proof, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because the news says so?
Because it's true? Hell no. Remember, I was also, because, okay, so that's a Facebook instance. I know directly from YouTube anecdotal evidence that they've suppressed a lot of my independent channels for news on YouTube. And all of those channels shared their analytics at the time. And it happened around January, I forget what year, but it happened at the same time simultaneously across all of the independent platforms that I watched.
Okay.
There was a
Sure. You're not following what I'm putting down. I don't deny that there is censorship. There is. I don't deny that there's propaganda put out and that it's in place of other things that are being suppressed, another form of censorship. I'm not denying any of that. What I'm saying is, when you've got my example, like with the Congress and YouTube, that isn't necessarily the driving force behind any censorship that's taking place. That's the public-face propagandized version of what they want to present to the public about the subject matter. And that has its own ends. And the ends very rarely are what are being described, regardless of how positively they support your cause or negatively they in that case don't support your cause. It makes no difference either way when it comes to the mainstream media. As I'm going to say this is my opinion, because it is, but based on what I appreciate about the media, even the stuff that you could take as being positive or in your favour often isn't necessarily representative of what's actually occurring in reality, even if it seems to be positive, like this with Twitter. So Twitter now claim to be, well, now we're under the graces of the new management. New management says old management were censoring everybody. All right, okay. So therefore, the new guy's gonna stop doing that. Maybe he'll do it worse. You just don't know, do you? What does that mean? It just means we've been presented with that data as the public. But what does it really mean? Same goes for the Congress and YouTube. What does it really mean? It doesn't mean anything.
No. Because remember, the point was Five-Man Dan is getting this many followers. This person is getting this many followers. They've mentioned my name, but I haven't gained a single subscriber. That's what you said. Now, thinking about how on Twitter specifically, their accounts that should have gained more engagement but were suppressed. Their likes were suppressed. Perhaps their followers, not perhaps, their followers were suppressed. So it's not a hard stretch to think that YouTube, who's owned by the same company, is doing the same thing.
I'm not saying they're not. It's hard to get across what I'm trying to get across to you. I haven't forgotten about you, John, I promise. What I'm trying to say is, in Yes Minister, there's this way of explaining that the ministers are only there to present the spin of whatever needs to be presented to the public. Now, yeah, in some cases, it's just a direct correlation with what they say is what's going to happen, if it's directly beneficial and it is exactly what they're going to do. But more often than not, it's nothing to do with what they actually are trying to achieve in terms of what the public get presented in the information. Again, no matter whether it's true, false, right, wrong, positive, negative, it always is just how the public are going to be presented with a certain amount of information, what that information is, why they would need to receive it, what benefit it serves the person dishing out the information, as opposed to the raw data in the information that's being presented. It's hard to explain that unless you've watched Yes Minister, but if you've watched Yes Minister, they kind of throughout the show explain how there's a group of people, the permanent secretaries, who essentially run the country. They're the ones really making the decisions. But as far as the public are concerned, the politicians, the ones elected into the positions that they're in, are the ones that are actually making the decisions and going to make all the differences. Whereas in reality, they're just tied up in red tape everywhere they go and are being ushered in a certain direction to present a certain type of information that's carefully choreographed to the public. Yeah? So when it comes to things like the YouTube discussion with Congress, as much as I can present it in a manner that supports our argument and supports the suppression and woe is me and you should share the show more, therefore, right? That's the general vibe for anybody who can see through, a facade of me trying to increase the audience numbers. But it doesn't alter what I'm trying to say. You've got to take all of it, it's the main point, John, I'm nearly there, with a grain of salt, even if it's seemingly positive. So in our seemingly positive note, look, we were all right. We were being suppressed. Look at what Twitter were doing. How much of this have you checked? How much have you verified? What's the actual implications? What are they really doing as opposed to what they're saying they're doing? What was really happening as opposed to what they're now, as the new boss, saying the old boss was doing? Because if you break it down in those terms, you'll find that you have very limited information to go on. And at the end of the journey, if you did gather all the information, you go, wow, what they said about Twitter didn't really correlate with what was actually going on in any way, shape, or form, I suspect.
So one more thing,
Well,
John.
okay, hold on. This has all been a red herring to my point.
I'm begging you.
It's a different point, John.
It's not about
It's
politics.
it's a different point to your point. Shout out to Michael Kahn for the super chat. He says, best FE show on YouTube. Thanks for an awesome year. Here's to another. God bless, Nathan, panel and chat. Thank you very much. It's not a red herring to your point. It's a totally separate point, John. Go ahead, Eli. We'll just round this out because John's waiting in the wings.
Thank you. And you're right. I think your point is different to my point, but I want you to understand that I know where you're coming from, because it's the same thing that people on the ground experience when they're being gaslit by the news. Like, when I say people on the ground, I'm not talking about people that are, eating up the mainstream media like baby birds in a nest. I'm talking about the people that are actually there, that experience the cognitive dissonance of other supporters around them when they see something is wrong. And particularly with, I'll say, election. I can't say it outright, even though I can't say it outright. But the election skullduggery that went on, that we experienced certain things, but from the media's perspective, election blah, 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 went on, but they put a different spin to it that totally takes out their accountability. And if you aren't actually paying attention, you're none the wiser. You're just still getting information from the mainstream media the way that they want you to digest it. So I think I get your point.
Fine, we'll round that out there. John, sorry to segue away, red herring away from your point, which was excellent, and I've completely forgotten now. I'm sorry.
Well, you said that your numbers were not affected by Simon Dan making a response to you. But that wasn't my point. My point is Simon Dan responded to you. And in that statement, he said that the reference frames that he thought you were claiming were ruined. Is that positive for the globe?
No, it's extremely detrimental.
Right. So you have influenced your enemy pretty much shoot himself in the face in front of all of his watchers. They may not realize what he's done, but that is in effect what he has done because of this platform.
Because he's had to respond, right? Because he's had to, that's what happens, right? When they have to defend the nonsense, that's when the nonsense rhetoric comes out, right? Because if we weren't here challenging it, all he'd have to do is get up there with his CGI globe in the background and say, hey, yeah, Earth's a globe, everyone's cool, everything's great, right? He wouldn't have to say anything. But it's because we're here challenging all this heliocentric nonsense. That's the reason why they have to come out, and that's why they have to talk, and that's why people like Neil deGrasse will start saying things like, oh, the air and the ground are traveling together, and in the same freaking segment tell you how the air is overtaking the land, right?
And therefore,
and most people won't notice that difference. That's why we're here, to point it out. Sorry.
And therefore, Nathan's influence is much further than his subscriber base.
Yeah.
Could I just speak on that one a second?
Nathan may as well be as popular as the president. Because
okay, look. Right, Eli, as much as I appreciate you blowing smoke at my ass, go ahead, Adam.
Well, I'm probably going to blow a little bit of smoke as well, but it's more to state some stats. You cited earlier you're a few numbers short of 25,000. And if that is some arbitrary figure that defines you as a influencer, so be it. The point I'd make is there's people out there, Simon Dan, who has 454,000 viewers, and he's making videos about you. So you can have your 24, but what's his channel about? It's about what we do here. There's another 454. Whether they're ridiculing us or not, I don't really care. If you want to say, do you merit the term influencer, I would say yes. And I think you deserve bigger numbers than your channels give you.
Thank you, Adam. That was my point. Well articulated. Thank you.
Yeah, and I make that connection too. So, based on Adam's connection, I'd say, yeah. And in the frame of mind I'm in today, it's like, if I had those more subscribers, I'd have more ad revenue, and then I could buy a new chair. So I'd be happier. But it's only because of a first world problem that I'm down on that. Because typically I'm very upbeat about the fact that we do have a direct influence on people. I've laboured that point, although it was in a quite negative circumstances in regards to Jeranism. When I was saying, people like Jeranism and Dave Weiss and Bob shouldn't have subscribers. You're thick if you subscribe to them because they're poisoning your brain, knowing full well that will influence people to directly unsubscribe from them. That is the power of influencing people when you're reaching people who are going to go, yeah, I agree. Yeah, you've made a good argument for them being bad for me, so I'm going to unsubscribe. And had I not said it, they might not have done. They might go, yeah, I totally agree. But they're not unsubscribed. So that's an influence, isn't it?
But you came to that conclusion after a long and lengthy process of showing how they were wrong on so many different fronts, too. So it's not just the influence either. It's, there's facts coming out, and, it's causing a massive wave. And it seems to be that this is the center of the tsunami, so to speak.
So now let's put it all to the test. There's a reaction video waiting for you on Neil deGrasse Tyson and Coriolis. Let's show them how powerful the show is.
With that said, don't forget to like and subscribe to the internet.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Alberique. Okay, so we're going to do a reaction video.
Let's all send Nathan $100, everyone, for a new chair.
I said that in the pre-show. I don't necessarily want to e-beg for my first world problem. Anyway, let's do this.
You're not e-beg. I am.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay, let's have a look at this.
Hey, pardon me, Nathan. I just want to say something real quick. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. But
hey, D-Rose.
I've said this before. This channel is an exceptional, exemplary, scientifically privy, informative, truthful, high integrity, best effort. I mean, just when you want to get the information, you're going to get it here. And I'm not saying it to be biased because I watch it and I know it, but as far as underground, I would consider this underground as well as any other channel on YouTube versus the Neils and the William Nyes and all these Daniel Back, whatever his name is, that lying astrophysicist out there that got busted for lying about Coriolis. But nevertheless, and little do you know, it is really becoming noticeable to everybody. I'm still waiting for a reply because I did something bold. I took a couple of the shows that you dissected and pretty much annihilated Neil deGrasse, and I put it on Twitter. Okay, those shows several times, redundant good luck tweets, and I put at Neil deGrasse Tyson on it.
Give me your Twitter right now.
So that his audience, and I tagged a couple of other people, including the comedian, on those. So trust me, whether they reply or not, it's getting out there. Who's this guy? Who are these guys? What is this channel? And what is this noise they're making? So there's going to be a like I think Brian or John, I don't know who said it, said a tsunami. That tsunami is going to go out there, and there's going to be a serious repercussion coming back. That's going to be a challenge, very imminent to my understanding, unless they're cowardice like they've always been and just be like, blow it under the rug or try to act like they didn't see it.
Well,
No, they're going to have to give an answer for it, D. You're right. I've been shooting stuff at Neil deGrasse Tyson for a while, but you get on them too, and they're going to have to come up with an answer. They're going to have to respond.
Yep.
Okay.
There's a
I
lot
mean, the
of
one.
things that
Go on, Eli.
There's a lot of things that we can do to progress the message to disrupt the current paradigm. Wouldn't it be cool if a number of us went out? You know, we got like, you know, some kind. I know I'm talking about flat Earth evangelism, but like just a pointed moment in time where we decide we're gonna go out to City Hall or somewhere and have a sign asking people, do they know what an elevation angle is and how you can achieve this elevation angle measurement on the curved surface of the earth. Only to try to get like some kind of viral TikTok moment where a number of the most notable people that most people don't have a face to but have heard the arguments from us, if we are all in some video in various places just asking regular people questions that they can't answer, specifically, for example, elevation angle, how do you have that with a curved adjacent?
What that would need to succeed is somebody with a comedic eye to spin the questions into a way of making the answers they got from their participants on the street amusing. That's how that would work. In other words, it wasn't just trying to catch somebody out in a gotcha about flat Earth. People don't want to feel stupid. In other words, it would take a little stroke of genius for somebody, in other words, not make them feel thick, make them laugh with the contradiction on the spot. Now that takes somebody with so much skill. I don't know who that person is, but there's somebody out there that can turn the housekeeping questions into a phraseology that makes them funny when you get a response from somebody when you phrase them to them, and simplifies them more so that they're digestible. So it's not how'd you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline, it's how'd you get an angle from a curve. And then you have to
these house question keepers and house question, they're not funny. These are serious housekeeping questions.
I realise that, Neil, but the problem is, we'll come back to that, Neil. Just put a pin in that for a second and hold on to that thought, because I do want to come back to that. But the word that resonated with me, D-Rose, that you said was underground. Now, I watch a channel called Robot Underground. What Robot Underground does is dumpster dives. Well, that's how he made his start in life. He's now running a big, massive warehouse and producing subwoofers on the cheap for people who are poor. And basically, he's showing other people how to do the same, how to take bare bones bits and turn them into high quality speakers. Now, this isn't for everybody. It's not really the point what he does. His attitude in terms of his YouTube channel is, I don't care if the whole industry burns, if all of the speaker manufacturers ended tomorrow, they're all greedy thieves, robbing you and stroking your ego to buy their brand when it is exactly the same as this. And he shows you what it is. And when you go, well, how do you know? And you go, because it is that. It's their scrap. And I'm taking apart their scrap and showing you how it works and then replicating it in the same way, producing the exact same results for pennies on the dollar. Because that's what they cost. Or they cost to $5 to get here and land on the beach from China, which is what they're paying for them. Now, if he's explaining this to you, he's causing massive, massive detriment to the entire industry that he's, in a sense, opposing by doing it cheap and showing how you could do it cheap. Nobody likes this man. Patrick, his name is. Everybody hates him. And a few of the crude examples I've got from him. For example, yesterday, when I was like saying if you compare yourself to other YouTube channels, you just go nuts. And I was like, it's like standing at the urinal looking down at other people's dicks. Eventually, someone's going to have a bigger dick than you and you're going to be depressed about it. If you're looking and worrying about that sort of thing. Well, that was a Patrick example from Robot Underground. And his whole program is to be underground. He doesn't necessarily want to be millions of subscribers. He wants people to recognise where there's a value in something, where they don't have to massage their ego and buy a brand name to make themselves feel better, like me with my chair, even though it creaks. You know, you don't have to do that. There is another way. Now, that's what we offer. We're underground in that regard. Because if you try and search for us, you're not going to find us, right? You've got to know we're here to find us. A bit like Fight Club, right? That's why I encourage people to share the show. Now, when you share it, maybe you need to, as a person who's sharing it, because obviously I ask people to share it and they tell me that they do, maybe it's not effective enough. Maybe it needs to be pointed out how underground we are to entice the person who's seeing it to go, oh, right, is that so? Because that's what we are. We are underground. So I like that, D-Rose, that aspect. Go on, and then Neil, if hopefully you can remember what you were
So
talking
actually, because I wanted to say something about Elijah's point. I don't think the everyday person is going to be able to give you the answer. Oh, like, oh yeah, you need a, get an angle by using a triangle. I think this has to be taken to like college, some kind of university in front of a math school. Like, hey,
Not your
But
privilege.
don't get hung up
Set
on
up,
the
okay,
example,
no.
bro.
So then set up a college.
It was
Just got to address that. That's not your privilege. Then set up a college. It's like saying the beer in here is crap. What they should do in this bar is serve this beer. You know what the bartender and owner of the bar is going to say to you? Bugger off and set up your own bloody bar.
Exactly.
No. I mean, if there's many people that go in front of a college, I'm not saying go inside of a college. I'm just saying, like how they do, like prove me wrong,
Sleeping
or
Warrior.
they
Sleeping
go
Warrior
around
has
them.
done
Yeah,
that.
like they go in front of just ask random college students, hey, what do you think about this? How do you do this? Or they'll do it in front of colleges, not inside of a college. Going inside and hey, this is my.
I'm glad you used.
Sleeping
sleeping.
Warrior has
Hold on
done
a sec.
this.
Just one sec. I'm glad you use Sleeping Warrior as a standard, because yes, on surface level, Sleeping Warrior does do that. Right, goes out and talks to uni students on the street, quite literally. Okay, but that is a very surface level assessment of what Sleeping Warrior does in regards to the education system, because he understands it. That would be the bureaucracy behind it. He's working his way in the institution, within their confines of their narrow hallways and rules, which is what you've got to do if you want to try and go infiltrate an institution. There's ways you have to do it. It's their institution, and anybody listening that goes, "Oh, you don't. Why have you got respect for it?" Because it's not mine. they demand it, and why shouldn't they? It's their institution.
Stephen Crowder does it all the time. He goes in front of speaks about politics, genders, and everything else.
They want him there.
No.
That's because
Look,
no. Okay, back to whoever it was talking about how the media presents things. They want him there doing that. Let's get that clear.
And second of all,
I do want to raise an objection.
What he's doing is, sorry, John.
Just one sec, Eli. Sorry, I'll just one sec. Neil's in the wings, still waiting, and then John, then you, Eli. So Neil, go ahead, then John, then Eli.
No, I was just saying that the housekeeping questions, I think they're too important to be like made a joke of, That's all I was saying. I don't think they're funny. I think they're serious.
Math Powerland would disagree.
Well,
they might not be funny, but I think they haven't. The questions themselves are formulated to have a certain irony that, if you understand what you're saying or what you're talking about, is kind of funny. So I can understand why people would think they're kind of funny, or somebody could spin it in a way that's kind of funny, right? Because, like, let's say the first question: is there any evidence of this physical sphere edge horizon, formerly known as the Earth, the curve of the Earth? Formerly.
No. Rather than focusing on the housekeeping questions, it's not necessarily the case that I'm saying that's what has to be done. I'm just saying that if there's going to be somebody out there that's trying to do this in a street activism type of way that I feel would be successful, I look at what other formats have done. Man with mic on street, which ones work? The ones where the person who's being challenged, sometimes it's because they're literally trying to show them to be stupid. But when they can get the person who's shown to be stupid because they don't know the answer to a simple question, for example, when they laugh, you don't feel like they've just been humiliated on the street by some asshole. They work. The person who's interacting with the guy with the mic is having fun. They're having a laugh. They're getting their opportunity to have the 5 minutes of fame, so they're over the moon. Even if they're not realising they're being stupid, they're still getting something out of it, so they're enjoying the experience. Therefore, you as the audience enjoy the experience. Now, for example, instead of housekeeping, if as everyone said, 11111 in the chat when they were asked about, if I can get this right, responses to our arguments by anti-flat earthers in other people's videos, right? Those responses, I would imagine, are laughably embarrassing. The fact that they're having to respond to gas pressure without a container, those might be able to be spun into some comedy. I don't know, but I'm just saying that's how I'd see it as effective. Something that's beyond my skill level.
That's how you engage
I have the
your
perfect
audience.
one for that. Go to a place that, like Walmart, where they have the auto department, or go to AutoZone, somewhere that sells tires, and tell them that, and you could video it and be like, "Hey, I want the gas pressure, but I don't want the tire," and just see them, the response to it.
I get what you're trying to say, and that's not funny. Because a Glover is just gonna think, well, we're here on Earth, it works differently out there. They need the education first for it to be funny. Like that, the irony has to come with them having a little bit of wisdom as well.
Yes. But
I actually have that video.
It's a hard thing to do.
I actually have that video.
What video?
But
the gas pressure without a tire.
Oh, someone going up to a gas station attendant or a tire sales, whatever it's called, and saying, "Can I have the gas pressure? The cushy stuff to stop my rims bouncing off the road, but without the tire."
Yeah, though she goes in, I think, and she drives in there, I think, and the video says is she drives in and asks the tells the tire guy that I think my tire I think my tire needs air. He looks at her. He looks at her. He's like, I think it needs more than. But it looks pretty crazy. Actually, yeah, I'll post it on. If somebody could repost it, or you can actually watch it. It's like a 2-minute video.
I posted a video as well, and I forget the other point that I was gonna make, but I'll just go ahead and make this point. And if you could play that video, that
Clear as mud. Can't hear a word you're saying. So muffled.
Bill?
But the objection I was trying to raise earlier, I shouldn't have responded to that, is the public school system, right, is public. It's different than a private institution. So it's not the same comparison to say you don't like what they're serving in a bar.
Well, it is, because I mean, ultimately, when you look at like the structure of what's happening, ultimately there are people that have bought in to this establishment, paid for this establishment, has the emotions of their parents and everybody back home riding on you being there, and then there's somebody outside saying this is dumb. That's ultimately what it amounts to. It's just what it is. But the point
No,
that I was
that's wrong.
Okay. The point that I was gonna make is that, to Neil, yeah, it's not funny, it's not a joke, this is not a game, and the housekeeping questions are very serious. But I think what Nathan was saying is that there's a way to disseminate this with comedy, because that's what comedians actually do. They take serious situations and make them ironically funny on stage. This is why I want Nathan to play the 1 minute and change clip of this guy in the video titled "It Doesn't Make Any Sense." And it's
Yeah, but show me
actually,
one that just has had an effect on the world.
well, listen to the video, and then tell me you disagree with the point, because the video makes the point.
I can't just play
Nathan,
a video.
where can I?
Right, I can't do that. I
Nathan,
can't just play a minute and something change video. That's not mine.
Yeah, you could talk in between, or whatever. It's only a minute, so it's
Okay,
not.
stick it
it's
in
not
Master
that
B,
bad.
and I'll have a look at it.
All right.
But there is a differentiation between public and private. That's a fact. And public
Yeah, we
information.
know. Yeah, I know that, John. I know that there are rules and laws that technically, on paper, make it different.
No way. I'm not playing anything
like
by
law
HBO.
enforcement.
No. I'll just get 10 seconds of a HBO and I'll get it copyright striked. No, I can't play it. Even if I talk through it every 10 seconds.
All right. So the point.
What I can
the point
do,
of the joke.
just what I can do is I can share the video to anybody who wants to watch it in the live chat, so they can go and see it. So this is a HBO video called "Life Doesn't Make Sense." Peter Holmes, dirty clean HBO. So go and check it out. I'll put it in the live stream chat now, so you can go and check it out yourself. But I can't play it. I'll have to watch it.
Whoa! I like Pete Holmes. He's good.
Nathan, how can I
Great.
get the access to Master B?
Okay. Paul. Sorry, John. John, go ahead.
Well, like there's laws that govern how the information in public arenas have to be spread. And it was at one point in time we were talking about gravity, right? Because they're teaching an out of date system. I don't know how much of this I can actually talk about.
Okay, let me preface what John's about to say. So Anthony is involved in, as I've just explained and disseminated literally 10 minutes ago, going through what are the whys and wherefores of the legislations and rules and bureaucracy and red tape that is involved in getting into a public institution, as John's about to describe. So when I said, look, you're just scratching the surface of what Anthony does when you talk about his street activism. When it comes to the education system, there's corridors that have to be walked. If you're going to do anything in that regard, you have to just accept that there's bureaucracy. It might be public, but there's still a process. And, that's Anthony's forte. So that's what Anthony does. Now, in terms of, I don't think you've probably got enough information to spoil anything Anthony's doing. So I wouldn't worry yourself, in other words, John. Go ahead.
Okay, right. So they have reified science within the law. And that's kind of one of the problems. But they say scientific consensus is part of the law, right? So, science can't agree or disagree. It's just a method. So I'll get that out of the way as a disclaimer. So anytime I use it, I'm using it within the terms of law. But they say in that law that scientific consensus shall be taught at school as long as there's a secondary stipulation to it. I wish Sleeping Warrior was here to explain it better. But they're teaching an out-of-date Newtonian gravity as a force in schools, and that is not scientific consensus. There is a point of contention where it needs to be removed. So if you go by the spirit of the law, the heliocentric rhetoric of mass attracts mass is illegal to be taught in schools.
Indeed, and there's a process that can make that change. But the wheels of change in that regard, when it comes to especially education and bureaucracy, i.e. the politics of education, my God, those are slow-turning cogs.
But the best way to describe it is like, if I come into Nathan's shop...
It's from beyond. I knew he was here.
If I come into Nathan's show and I say, Nathan, I think that you should do this, that, and Nathan says, go and get your own show. It's the same with the education system. They've got their own system. The government have got their own set of rules, their own way to play. And if you don't like it, guess what you can do? Now, even if you try and play the ball game with them, A, it's extremely time consuming. B, it's extremely expensive. And C, at the end of it, there's no guarantees that you're ever going to win. So even though gravity isn't a force, it's not Newtonian, and they are literally being told lies, the kids are being taught lies. Is it ever going to change? And the answer is probably not, because it's their party and we're not really invited. And if you're trying to gate crash it, you're going to pay for it a lot. And there is no guarantees that you're going to win, because you've always got that one judge on that one day who may not agree with you. Even though objectively, gravity is not a force, it's not Newtonian gravitation anymore, it's Einsteinian and all that. And even though it might be perceived to be too complicated for kids and all that, that one judge, that one day, you don't know who you're getting. You might get a guy that's interested in science. You might get a guy that hates science. But that one judge, you just don't know what that guy is going to be like that day. And it's too subjective, and the judges have got too much power. There is no objectivity with the judiciary. It's subjective, and the reality, it's never really going to change. I don't know how else to check.
So what you're saying is we have to throw a bigger, better
one at a
party.
time. Eli first.
There's an alternative route. We don't have to fight it like that. And John, I think your point can be made by letting it stand alone rather than in opposition to their point, because I do think it's different. What you're saying is true, and in an ideal world, they would not teach kids lies. But the question is, what route did we go uh, that would actually change things? And what we could do is utilize, to the best of our ability, the internet in the way information is sent around the world right now, so to speak. Because instead of trying to go against them in court, or however you would do that, you could go through the court of public opinion. Because obviously, if everyone finds it a farce and they don't go there, that's what's going to make them change. If everyone is buying into the system, they don't really have to change anything.
Right, well,
May I comment when it's my
you
turn?
can, but by numbers of influence, they control the court of public opinion. That's why we have dwindling numbers, as Simon Dan would allude to. I'm actually growing, Dan.
Yeah.
There we go. Anyway, John had a point to make before we move on. Go ahead, John.
Right, but there is no set of rules within Nathan's establishment where you can walk in and have Nathan change his position by citing those rules. That does not exist in a private, you know. Now there are public entities like the government that force private establishments to do things, but when you're in the public sphere, there's a different set of rules. Now, I ain't telling people they should go outside of college and call it stupid. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that contacting professors and speaking to them candidly in private could be just as effective, if not more so, than the internet. Because people who are intellectually honest do exist within that system. And the more of them that realize it, that matters.
And it works both ways. As we started this discussion this way, it might be a good way to round it out and move on to Tyson's Coriolis video. But in the same way, if it's negative, the other way. So we started this off by discussing somebody that is a subject matter expert on celestial navigation, leaving a comment that completely contradicted their own rhetoric. Well, I would imagine that, obviously there are intellectually honest people out in the world as a general rule. I would imagine they're in the majority. I would hope, as an optimist, they are in the majority. And it's only a small handful of people who are deceitful shits. But in any event, the people who have to go against their own understanding of how things are done just to declare that Earth's a sphere, that's not going to sit comfortably for the majority of people. Some people don't care. Some people are quite content to do whatever it is that they need to do to get by, and that's it. And they have no conscience in that regard, or any concerns about them being wrong. Other people, like conspiracy cats, lose sleep over it. And the guy who's had to completely disavow his own rhetoric and his own comments because he's getting pressure from people who tell him, you realise Earth's a sphere and this debunks it. Change your mind and tell the audience it's wrong now. Well, okay. If you do that and you conform, then I would imagine that wouldn't sit well for the people who don't want to be intellectually
which video
honest
was
about
that? Which one was that?
What we went through yesterday at the end of the show.
Oh really?
Yeah, check yesterday's show if you're an audience member and you don't know what we're talking about. So in yesterday's show, 10th Man exposed a video where not even someone in this discussion, just somebody talking about celestial navigation, has gone against their own rhetoric because we've cited them presumably, and then they've had a load of baller pressure to tell them, or tell their audience, the videographer that is about celestial navigation, tell their audience as the videographer that the angle measurements that they're taking from a flat plane doesn't mean we're on a flat plane, basically.
Oh, by the way, I gave Righteous that video. I think I was posting it to Master B or something.
Which one?
The gas pressure without a container in the tire case.
Okay. I don't know if someone wants to stick it in Master B, but for now, we're going to have a look at this Tyson video unless anybody objects.
I've got one objection. I've just put a load of work into 4 housekeeping jokes.
Oh, okay. No. By all means, I'm no hurry to cover Tyson. We've covered Tyson like 4 times in the last 2 weeks.
Right then. Okay, so what do you call a person that thinks a compass works because of a molten iron core at the center of a presupposed spherical Earth?
I don't know. What do you call a person that thinks a compass works because of a molten iron core at the center of a presupposed spherical Earth, Adam?
A baller. What do you call somebody who thinks you can have gas pressure without a container?
I don't know, Adam. What do you call somebody that thinks you can have gas pressure without a container?
A baller. What do you call somebody who thinks the horizon is Earth curve?
I don't know, Adam. What do you call a person that thinks the horizon is an Earth curve edge for boats to fall over?
A baller. And what do you call somebody who knows that they're spinning because they can't feel it?
I don't know, Adam. What do you call a person that knows they're spinning because they can't feel it?
I'll be a baller.
Baller.
That's all for.
An idiot.
Best dad jokes ever.
They're
Christmas
terrible.
cracker jokes.
But it did get us to get halfway through the housekeeping questions, which isn't bad, because if it wasn't for that, Adam, this would have just been a self-aggrandizing show where we discuss how influential we are. Which is pretty awful when you summarize it.
I don't
Here
know
we
why
go
you.
again, laughing at.
I don't know why
get
you poop. I don't know why you poo-poo Adam's sphere of influence. Come on, he's an influencer.
I want to know what bee in bonnet is going on with Neil.
Because you keep poo-pooing it like it's a big joke. It's not a joke. We're having an effect. Accept it. I think you're frightened of the success that's going to happen.
Why? I don't know why you've got this impression that I'm frightened of some influence you say I've got.
Because you're laughing when we're talking about the influence. You think it's like not really happening. I don't know.
Not at all. I've seen direct evidence of it. While we were in debate, we literally saw Google Earth having to be altered because of what we were discussing. You know, I've seen
Exactly
these
my
things happen
point.
in real time.
You just seem like you're poo-pooing it a little bit, like you're downplaying it.
He'd be happier if his chair wasn't squeaking. That's the only problem.
Give him some oil.
No, I agree with Neil. Nathan is scared of success.
What? Go on. No, I'm more than happy to hear it. If you think, don't get me wrong, if there's some underlying self-conscious fear that I'm not emanating because I'm unaware of it, then I'd rather be highlighted. You know, have it highlighted to me. Brian, go ahead, tell me what is this fear that you feel I have?
You're terrified of becoming deadly famous. Absolutely terrified of it.
Terrified of becoming famous?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm about as, vain as any other YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but there's people out there.
And the flat earth celebrity.
Yeah.
You think I'm fearful of being a flat earth celebrity? Not at all. I went in front of Vice. Anything else?
It's called modesty. It's not called fear.
I'm not even being modest. What have I got to be modest about?
Sorry, Nathan. Just saying, man. You're afraid. You're scared of success.
Yes.
Right, we've done a full hour talking about just nothing but the show. So should we do at least a little bit of Neil deGrasse Tyson with 110 people watching? Because I'm sure.
No,
really...
I'll save Neil deGrasse Tyson for tomorrow.
No. Speaking of fellas, speaking of Neil deGrasse.
On D-Rose.
He told himself, wait. He said, what do I have to be modest about? That's Neil's point. You got a world of influence to be modest.
Muffled again. You muffled
Howdy,
again.
Eli.
You have a world full of influence to be modest about. So when you say, what do I have to be modest about? That exposes your real feelings.
I don't understand.
Ooh. Let me try something. If they had 120 viewers right now, we'll do Neil deGrasse Tyson, or it's going to hold over till tomorrow. How's that?
When we get to 120, we've got 107 watching, fluctuating up to 110. So if we can get 10 more people watching, we'll do the full Coriolis Neil deGrasse Tyson video. We'll do the full shebang.
Yeah.
Hold up. I was going to say about Neil deGrasse Tyson. I was going to say about Neil deGrasse Tyson real quick. I don't know why Flatsoy's perspective, he won't give me the channel. Speaking of comedic and just roasting Neil deGrasse, you got to see the video that Flatsoy did when he was slowing down this type of video that you were playing when he was explaining the heliocentric theories and everything. It's hilarious. I'm talking about hilarious to everybody on the stream was just emoji laughing all the way through. Flatzoid couldn't even get his point through because we were laughing at it. That is hilarious. You got to have Flatzoid give you the link to that. I just asked him on the chat, but I don't know if he read it. Might have got sucked up in the thread stream. So many people are going in and out. But just ask Flatzoid.
Michael can put it up.
Okay, we've
Wait,
just been
Flatzoid did the video?
check it out.
When
Right?
you say hilarious,
we're gonna get
he did a host
20
thing.
more minutes sponsored by Skeptic 936. So we've got 20 minutes to get up to 120
It's
live
hilarious.
viewers. Right, hold on a second.
Nathan?
Everyone's chatting through me. Just one sec. We've got 20 minutes sponsored by Skeptic 936 to get up to 120 live viewers to cover Star Talk. So we'll see how it goes. So this next 20 minutes of chit chat is brought to you by Skeptic 936. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Go ahead, D Rose.
By the way, Nathan, I uploaded the video in Masterpiece.
Okay, whose is it? Can I play it? Is it yours?
Yeah. It should be
Okay. It should be what?
It's probably under Eliza.
It's your video, right?
Yeah, it's a TikTok video. So
Is it yours? You own this video. Whose is it?
It's a public TikTok video.
Do I have to explain the rules of copyright to you? Who owns this video? You or somebody else?
I apparently own it, but it's a TikTok public video.
yeah.
In other words, it's a shareable video. So this is
all their videos, not like YouTube. I think with YouTube, if you make a video, it's yours. But with TikTok,
in
I
TikTok,
think it's still TikTok's.
No, with TikTok, you could share. In other words, you could let people download your video or pretty much dub it or like how split view it or whatever. So when they let you share it, they don't hold the copyright.
Okay.
What do you need? You want to put air? Well, how much air do you want to put in it?
Okay, so the scenario, just to be on the safe side, we've got person pulling up, no tire, just a rim. Customer with no tire, just rim, says to attendant, I want air.
You feel like it's flat? You want to look at it? What the hell?
I ran out of air. I'm sorry. I live down the street. I live on Mines.
This is your Jeep? But you need more than air.
Just give me the air and just use gravity to hold it on. I don't need no expensive tyre. Just the air, just the cushy air pressure.
You don't have a tire.
I don't want the tyre. I just want the air pressure. You know, like Earth exhibits. You know, without any containment for the air pressure. Yeah, that's it. Very good.
That's Hillbilly Blue Balls' truck.
That was brilliant.
Shout out to Blue Ridge Ranger for the super chat. It says, not as rich as Skeptic 936. Thank you for the super chat, guys. Really appreciate the support. Okay, let's just get straight to this Neil deGrasse Tyson video because otherwise we'll never cover it.
Chuck.
Yeah.
Got another explainer for you. And you brought Gary this time.
Yeah, well, of course.
Whoa, they brought in help to explain Coriolis effect. Who's Gary?
That means we're got to put some sports spin on this one.
Ooh, right. Sports spin? Really? It's going to have the Earth turning underneath the ball, or are the pockets of air going to be carried around with the ground? We'll see.
Okay. Spin has a lot to do with sports.
So, you guys called me into this, Gary.
Last video we covered with Neil deGrasse Tyson, correct me if I'm wrong, he was explaining how we would have a lack of any deflection whatsoever because the ground and air moved at the same rate. Correct?
Yes, he did state that.
Okay. So we're all clear, based on the last video we covered from Neil deGrasse Tyson, that air and atmosphere, sphere-shaped air in violation of natural law, not dispersing into a sky vacuum, move along at the same rate. We're all clear? Everyone clear?
No, there's a bit more clarity on that. They move along at the same rate, at the same latitude, because they carry the same anti-flat earther tangential or rotational speed maintenance to imply that that pocket of air will keep traveling 1,000 miles an hour backwards at the equator outside of whatever wind thing is doing. It is lockstepped with the air, but if it moves away from the equator, then it's going to have a faster speed. So as it travels north or south, it will appear to, well, it will physically curve because it's going at a faster rotational speed that it's maintained from the equator. And it goes to, say, 45 degrees. It's obviously slower there. So Chocolate's probably got the phrase with regards to what it's doing with the ground. So it's overtaking the ground. Was it Chocolate or something? Is he not there? But that's his claim, that it is kind of globiolis now. He's kind of moved it into this maintenance of speed and locksteppedness. Unless you vary off your rotational speed, then you get a differential supposed effect. That's what he claimed was creating and why the cyclones and hurricanes curved in that particular direction.
Okay, but what this video specifically says it's about Coriolis effect, though. That's not Coriolis effect.
No, it's not, Nathan. That was my point in the past on one of the ball busters. That they're actually, what they call a Coriolis effect is not the Coriolis effect. They're claiming there is no deviation west to east or east to west, but there is a deviation north to south or south to north. So it's, so they're saying, so it's not the Coriolis effect because it's not an observed effect. It's an actual deviation that an airplane, let's just say, would have to take into account flying from London Heathrow to Accra, for example. An
That's
actual
such
deviation.
nonsense.
Yeah, but if the plane flew from London to New York, there would be no need to take any deviation into account.
Can you imagine the fact that they tell us that this globe is spinning from west to east at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and there are no effects west to east? I mean, are you? It's so aggravating. It's annoying how silly this is. Sorry.
Yeah, Coriolis effect, for the audience, people may not realize, Coriolis effect is an apparent deviation, but they're claiming an actual deviation and calling it the Coriolis effect. And even though it only happens in two directions, north to south, south to north. So what they're claiming is not the Coriolis effect. So Neil deGrasse Tyson is now not going to talk about the Coriolis effect.
Okay, I'm going to read out the actual definition of it. So, in the inertial frame of reference, upper part of the picture, the black ball moves in a straight line. However, the observer, red dot, who is standing in the rotating / non-inertial frame of reference, that's the lower part of the picture, sees the object following a curved path due to the Coriolis and centrifugal forces present in this frame. So that's the detailed and relatively concise description of Coriolis effect. Okay, so what that means in the most simplistic terms is that as you're on a roundabout, things that aren't moving with you on the roundabout would seem to move because you're moving on a roundabout. That's what it means. So it's the not actual curved path of the ball tossed over the top of a roundabout that you're turning on. So as you turn beneath the ball that is moving straight over the top of the roundabout, from your vantage point on the roundabout, the ball looks like it's curving. So looks like it's curving is this. You sat on the bottom, turning on a roundabout, watching a ball that actually moves straight look like it's curving because you're turning beneath. That is Coriolis effect. The effect of the ball seeming to take a curved path because you are turning beneath it. That's Coriolis effect. So we're clear before we get into this wrangle-dangle with what Neil deGrasse Tyson says is Coriolis effect, which will not be that.
What?
I just one extra thing. Just one clarifier. Even though they do claim that there is a deviation north to south and south to north, you still won't observe this deviation. That's how weak they are.
What else?
They have as a claim.
Sorry. What's the other thing that's caused by the same thing that apparently causes this deviation that we see or don't see? What else is called? Oh, that's right. The rotation of the stars and the sun.
Okay, well, I'll give that clarity too, as you brought it up. So again, in line with the description, according to the acclaimed effect called Coriolis effect, we're turning beneath the stars, which are static relative to our position, which is turning. Therefore, we see the stars seeming to take a curved path, not because they're actually moving in a curved path, but because it's claimed we're on a non-inertial turning reference frame turning beneath them. So again, the claim of Coriolis effect is fairly straightforward. You turn beneath something, and it looks like it curves. Not because it is, but because you're turning beneath it. Now, in the case of the ball, in this example, the ball is moving straight, and you turning beneath the ball, moving straight, see it seem to curve. Now, the stars are the curving thing that you see because you're claimed to turn beneath them on a turning Earth. That's their claim. You turn beneath, stars seem to curve. Not actually curving, seeming to curve because you're turning beneath them. That is Coriolis effect in the most simplistic example that everybody in the audience will recognise as a globe Earth claim. All right, so the stars aren't really moving. It's us on a globe Earth turning beneath them that means that they look like they're curving. Okay, so we're all clear. We have to be turning beneath things, seeing them look like they're curving, for it to be this effect of Coriolis as detailed here and as read out by me a moment ago and as depicted in this diagram. Something seeming to curve because you're turning beneath it on a roundabout in this example. Okie dokie.
What are some things you thought you knew, but maybe you didn't, and so here I am. What do you have for
Your
me?
assignment, Dr. Tyson. If you choose to accept it.
That's what that is.
Is he a doctor? Is it Dr. deGrasse Tyson? Wouldn't that be in the title?
And this tape will, etc. So there are some very, very big scientific names attached to things, and then all of a sudden you find they appear, their theories, their principles appear in
full on greasing the skids with science now. Theories, scientific terms. So everybody been poisoned well enough in the audience? Everybody been propagandized well enough to understand that this bullshitter is going to talk about science? Because he isn't. I absolutely assure you this man is a fraud. He will not now detail anything scientific, in spite of his claims of using scientific words and theories. Theories being the result of scientific experimentation. I'll say it straight off the bat. He will not provide that.
in places. Well, you know what? I never knew that was the case. Now, if we took the great and the good Coriolis.
Coriolis is not a scientific terminology. It's a description of something happening. There's nothing scientific about Coriolis effect.
And then said to you...
Great and the...
Go on.
I'm sorry. I was just laughing. You said the great and the good Coriolis effect. That sounds like the holy gradient. What are these guys doing? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, sure. There is no great and no good Coriolis effect. There's just the Coriolis effect. That would be things looking like they curve because you're turning beneath them. In this case, straight path looks like it curves because you're on a turning roundabout in this example. So there's nothing scientific about this.
Would the Coriolis effect not be a naturally observed effect if we were on a rotating globe? It would
If we were on a rotating globe, then to establish that would be to establish that we were on a rotating globe by observing something seem to drift and being established as the cause by varying the cause of the effect. So if the effect is something seeming to drift, number one, how do you know that it's not actually drifting as opposed to seeming to drift? Do we know that the stars aren't moving because we're assumed to be turning beneath them? For us to suppose this is the cause, to vary it and manipulate it in an experiment, Brian?
No, we don't know that.
So it's just a begging the question fallacy. If I assume that the stars are taking a curved path because I'm turning beneath them, then I can assert that it's a Coriolis deflection in the stars that we are observing because we're turning beneath them. Well, how do you validate that as a cause of this effect if you're going to claim it as an effect of Coriolis? You've got to prove it's Coriolis effect. That's a not actual deflection. And the cause of it is you turning beneath. They've just begged the question of it when they talk about Earth turning. They assume Earth's turning beneath, and they assume that the not actual deflection of the... Why is it a not actual deflection? Do they know what they are?
Well,
I don't know what they are. How can you say that it's a not actual deflection? Well, only if we're turning. Well, therefore, they've begged the question quite successfully.
Maybe
field goal kick. I think you would have a thought.
Why is this asshole just talking about science? You think field goal kicks are science, asshole? Yeah, you're going to poison every one member of my audience right now and are poisoning whatever 4.3 thousand people who liked this video. Like the idea that this charlatan, the guy on screen a moment ago, has got some sort of science. Do you think you're greasing the skids of the crap that you're about to talk about with football kicks? You think that's science, Dumbo? Charlatan, fraud, conman, scammer. That's what he was, because he didn't have any science.
I indeed would and do. So, but we should talk about the Coriolis force, first of all, okay?
Coriolis isn't a force,
really
though. Just to make that clear, Coriolis effect is a not actual effect. You can call it the pseudo-force. That would be, you do actually see the ball curving in this example. That is apparent. You see it. But nothing's forcing it to curve because there's no effect on it. The actual trajectory of the ball is straight. It's never curving. There's no force involved. Pseudo-force, Tyson. Get your terminology right. Immediately off to a bad start. It's not a force. Pseudo-force, Dumbo. Yeah? That would be this ball isn't really curving. There's its actual path. What's forcing it to curve? Oh, it isn't. So definitely not a force, Dumbo. Tyson doing badly.
Nathan.
Immediately 0 for 1.
A force.
Nathan.
In fact,
yes.
What else is there that's presented as a force that isn't a force, that they talk about like a force as if it makes things move, that isn't a force, but convolutes this terribly bad? There's another thing that they have, isn't there?
Gravity.
What's that thing again? Gravity.
Gravity's not a force, but you have George Moose's permission to think of it as a force. It isn't one, though.
Coriolis is not a force, but you can have Neil deGrasse Tyson's permission to think of it as a force because he calls it one.
He's going to turn it into one in a minute with hurricanes. He's going to have the not actual deflection of balls seeming to curve because you're watching them when traveling straight. Seem to curve. He's going to have that pseudo-force twist hurricanes in a moment. With the support of pseudo-scientist charlatan scammer telling the audience that this is science.
Like, we officially call it a fictitious force. It feels like you're a force if you're in the middle of experiencing it.
How can you experience it? Other than it being a sight gag? Because you're about to describe what Earth turning under the football to cause it to seem to drift. But again, how does that directly translate to actual hurricanes in an actual twirling motion? It does not.
But it's not actually a force.
So if it's not a force, it's not going to have any effect on hurricanes at all whatsoever. Just so we're all clear, this non-force will not affect hurricanes. Because not actual trajectories that look like they're curving have sod all to do with wind. Let's get that clear.
Pure and
Okay.
Okay.
Mm,
Okay.
all right.
So this is what happens if you try to move in a straight line on something that's rotating.
Like this. You're moving in a rotating path and the ball is moving straight.
then your path on that rotating object is not a straight line.
Yep, that's correct. Your path will be a curved path, and what you're watching, moving straight, will seem curved because you're curved in your path. Shout out to Humble H for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
Even though you swear you're moving in a straight line. Okay. So take, for example, a spinning platter.
Sorry, at what point, when on a roundabout, has anybody ever decided that they're moving in a straight line? Anybody?
Never.
This is the old switcheroo, isn't it, that the anti-flat earthers tried? Get yourself on that plane straight away.
Yep. Can we, being that we did this the other day with him, with how he spent the entire video talking about how you wouldn't feel this rotation of the Earth, supposedly. But see how what we're talking about specifically Coriolis, which is only a freaking optical illusion caused by the supposed spinning, he talks about how you would feel it when you're in the middle of experiencing it. If that's not beautiful magicianry right there, like just magic, bro, the way this guy speaks.
Yeah, and
incredible.
he's also confusing the lines between curved and straight too, which will be helpful later on down the road for him, I'm sure.
Platter. We used to call those record players, okay?
Oh, nice.
You could, so spin it, put it at 33 and a third RPM and take a sort of a chalk and start at the edge and make a straight line to the spindle. If you do that and then stop the thing and look at what your chalk line did, it will be this curve.
Okay, so he's again blurred the lines with Coriolis. If you're touching the rotating platform, you're not separate from it. So the line he's just drawn is a non-existent line in Coriolis effect because the ball's moving straight. What he's doing is grabbing a piece of chalk on a record player and moving the chalk on the non-inertial turning reference frame. That's not Coriolis effect. Coriolis effect is two reference frames, non-inertial and inertial. The observation is from the non-inertial of the item in the inertial. The item in the inertial reference frame, that's the ball in this example, travels in a straight path. That's separate to, that's the inertial reference frame, different from, not the same as, not attached to, not drawing on. So, we've blurred the lines twice. Coriolis effect isn't what's being detailed.
From the edge of the platter to the center.
Right.
So if you are
This isn't Coriolis effect.
on that platter, you would say there's some force pushing this.
This isn't Coriolis force. This has nothing to do with Coriolis. Asking yourself why there's a force when you're touching something that's moving is absurd because obviously something's moving and you're touching it as it moves to make the chalk move its position with regards to the rotating frame of reference. Therefore, this isn't Coriolis effect because the curved line you draw is actually a curved line. You can see it. It's physical. There it is. Nothing to do with Coriolis effect. Not actual deflection. An illusion. Sod all to do with a curved line of chalk on a record player.
Chalk in a direction that's to the side. This is how you would interpret what you saw.
Actually, I'll agree with him there. In terms of what you'd see, in terms of how you draw it, and what it appeared to you on the record player if you drew out your vision. That's the illusion that you observed. I suppose you could draw it on the record and say it looked like it was curving like this chalk line curves on the record. But that's a bastardization of what you're visually seeing. You can't draw a line on a moving platform and say that's what you saw when it's a sight gag. So it's a bastardization of the description, although close enough for me to just about give him a pass and take back what I said in the last 2 minutes. Go ahead, whoever was interrupting.
No, Nathan, just play that part back again, because when you first stopped to comment, he actually said the word that you missed. So go back, and then you'll see how he made that transition.
To the center.
Right.
So if you are on that platter, you would say there's some force pushing this chalk in a direction that's to the side. This is how you would interpret what you saw.
What did I miss?
But keep playing.
And so you would invoke, you'd say there must be a force. And in this case, we would call that the Coriolis force. Meanwhile, there's no such force acting on the system.
What?
Nathan,
that's wrong also. Just one sec. That's wrong also. In this system, there's a rotating frame of reference. Is it just magic? No, it's got energy. It's rotating. If you go to a roundabout and sit on it and throw a ball over the top of it, unless someone inputs some energy into the roundabout system, you will not induce this effect. Shout out to Skeptic936, who says, Midland Tim sends best wishes to FED and panel. I think that's the guy who's going to the moon in his own self-deluded way. I really feel bad for that guy. He's just a normie that's being exploited. I'm sorry, Tim, you're not going to go to the moon, but loads of people have subscribed to you to watch the inevitable delays and cancellations and disappointments that you endure. I shouldn't laugh. I'm really sorry. What a disappointment for Timmy. Go on. Who was it? Chocolate? Brian, go ahead.
Brian. Yeah, I wouldn't give him a pass on that earlier. He's physically touching the record player with the choke, and it's physically curving because he's trying to go straight. Now, he might perceive it as going straight, but that's not the Coriolis effect. That's some other thing. The Coriolis effect is perceiving a curved path when the path is actually straight.
That's what he said. You didn't listen carefully enough. He said that line of chalk would be representative of the path that you saw. So if at the end of this demonstration, I'll tell you when I'm talking about. Now, that line is his line of chalk on the record. That's what he's talking about. Now, here it is in my visual example. Exactly what he's described. The line of chalk is actually drawn on. Now, it's representing a line that actually moves straight in reality. And when you put the chalk on the record, it no longer represents the path of the ball. Now, he hasn't said that. He's saying it would represent what you saw. Well, what you saw in what? The chalk? He hasn't made that clear. That's just good wizardry. But you can't have him on that, Brian, because he did say the chalk line is only representative of what you see, in the same way this yellow line is representative of what you see in a ball travelling straight when you rotate beneath it. So he is right. Sorry.
I don't think you should get the pass.
So that's what's going.
He is begging the question, and he's a heliocentric priest, so it goes without saying. I should have pointed that out, Chocolate. Kudos to you. He's begging the question of a heliocentric turning Earth before we've even got there, because he hasn't said it yet, because this whole purpose is to demonstrate how Earth's turning. So he's assuming Earth's turning, regardless of whether he goes to this non-force moving hurricanes or the non-force causing balls to drift from the stands as you watch them because Earth's turning beneath them. He's begging the question in either event. You're right.
That's their main trick, always begging a question.
Without saying, yes, absolutely, both right.
Going on there. So this would happen to anybody trying to do a straight line or any kind of path on something that's in motion. If you try to do it...
Doing a straight line on something that's in motion? I mean, unless you're now exempling somebody who's tossing the ball whilst on the roundabout, like in the National Geographic example, because therefore you can just toss the ball, which does then immediately leave the reference frame that's turning and travel in a straight path. But from your vantage point, having just thrown it, it looks like you've just thrown it in a curve as you rotate away from it. So maybe that's where he's going with this.
Do it on a merry-go-round? Okay.
Do what? Again, he's already blurring the lines. He's being specific in certain areas, but do what on a merry-go-round?
You could try to walk in a straight line, but it's not going to work.
Right. What? You could try and walk in a straight line on a merry-go-round? If I ignore the fact that the merry-go-round's turning, that is to say, let's say it isn't turning, it's just stopped. I can walk from the central axis point to the outside edge in a straight line. That can be achieved. It has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that it's a rotating reference frame, whether or not you do that. It only occurs as a curved path if you hold a piece of chalk from the inertial reference frame and draw the line that you're claiming is observed as you turn beneath, looking at something not attached to the merry-go-round. But you haven't clarified that, have you clever wizard? I like Tyson. Yeah, it's good fun. It's a challenge.
Can you replay that again, please?
No.
This is going to address Brian's point. Just replay that part again.
No, because we'll be here all day.
Oh, my goodness. We can't do part 2 tomorrow.
No. Okay,
This
I've got to
is a long
confess,
video.
right? There won't be a live show tomorrow. I'm going to see Santa.
Okay, well,
Relative to the merry-go-round. So that's all it is.
You'll also look like a drunk person.
Yes.
I've tried it.
This has nothing to do with the movement of the person observing things from the non-inertial turning reference frame. So they're both bullshitters. Describing a man drunk walking around on a merry-go-round has absolutely nothing to do with Coriolis effect. It's only the observation of the thing in the inertial reference frame travelling straight, looking like it curves because you turn beneath it. So unless you're running in a circle, this has sod all to do with how drunk somebody might seem if they're moving around on a roundabout. That's not Coriolis.
No, it's not. But to Brian's point, that chalk on the record is that drunk guy. And if the Earth was spinning, we'd all be drunk.
If we were, no, we wouldn't. We wouldn't. No, because we're not being dangled in from space to touch the surface of the turning Earth like the chalk is.
Correct.
No.
Yeah, well, what Nathan is saying is very important, though, because he doesn't even have to talk about the Coriolis as long as he could talk about some type of effect of what's happening on this non-inertial reference frame or the spinning Earth, right? As long as he can keep talking about that. Well, I know you do.
No. I understand what you're saying, but he purposely, not a chalk hanging from space. He had a man walking on the spinning merry-go-round, and he said he would be like a drunk. So he's on the Earth that's spinning, and he would be looking like he's clumsy because the ground underneath is spinning while he's walking on it. That's what he's saying, and that's wrong as well.
I gotcha. So on the one hand, Chocolate's saying, no matter what this direction is, we're automatically assuming that Earth's a turning reference frame, and we're going to be giving examples that rely on the assumption that Earth's a turning reference frame. 10th Man's point is, what is your point again?
My point is that he just said that if you're walking on a spinning merry-go-round, you're going to be looking like a clumsy drunk because what you're walking on is spinning. So how come that's not happening?
So the comedian isn't helping because what the comedian, this guy on screen now, is doing is saying when people walk along a turning reference frame, they'll be staggering all over the place. Right, so given that you're about to talk about Earth being assumed to be that turning reference frame, we'd all be staggering around like drunks all over the place?
You mean the same guy that said the other day in another video about the same topic that we should be on this roller coaster saying, wee? That same guy?
Yeah.
But it's worse than that, though,
wait, Chuck,
because what he's actually doing, what's worse than that, because what he's actually talking about is as you walk on a rotating reference frame, now he's probably going to preface it with north to south or not south-north, whichever. But he's stating that as you walk, then you will be taking a curved path because the ground underneath you is moving in a curve or in a rotation.
That's right.
That's an actual thing that we should experience in the real world.
Gotcha.
But,
so Brian's pointing out that he's now describing actual effects. You've got an actual curved path of the chalk. That's an actual curve, whereas Coriolis effect is a not actual drift. However, his description would sit in line with effects we'd have to observe if the Earth was turning. Now, we point out all day long how they don't happen.
It was stationary when you did it. All right. So, perhaps the most common
So Tyson's get around when the comedian didn't help matters by saying we'd all be stumbling around drunk was to say, the guy would be stumbling even if it was stationary. So completely deflecting from that point being that the guy's saying if you're walking around on a turning platform, you're going to be stumbling all over the place like a drunk. Tyson's response, that doesn't sound good, because in my magic trick, that would mean Earth would make us all stumble around. His response, well, it wouldn't have to be turning if you were drunk, you'd be stumbling anyway. Moving on. So he's making sure this magic trick is streamlined. So, comedian guy, you're not helping Tyson very much in this regard. You're making him work.
Vocation of the Coriolis force is that which forces wind.
The Coriolis force that forces wind? Hold on a minute, Tyson. This is an illusion. It doesn't really happen. Pseudo force. Like literally
he's
only
branching.
Only 2 minutes ago you told us. Fuck's sake, Arwen, shut up. 2 minutes ago you told us, Tyson, that this wasn't going to affect anything. Now you're going to tell us how the winds are affected by it, how it's forcing them? No, lying bastard. Yeah? People who watch this cunt. You lying cunt. Tyson. No, literally you double-speaking lying cunt. 2 minutes ago you told us this would have no effect on anything, couldn't force anything. Now it's forcing winds. Notice how I predicted it and called it before he did it? This isn't a shock. Being lied to by scum, but like this man, this wizard, this scum liar, who tells you how it's not going to affect anything, it's not going to force anything, and then moves on 2 minutes later to tell you how it's forcing wind. Lying bastard.
Winds on Earth to curve into...
Oh, really? Forcing them to curve? Lying bastard. The curve isn't real, ladies and gentlemen. We clarified it with you earlier. Not actual deflection. Not really happening. Observed to be seeming to curve when travelling straight. Only because you are turning beneath. No effect. He clarified it himself. Now he's lying to you. No ifs, buts or maybes. Lying bastard Neil deGrasse Tyson is now telling you how this Coriolis non-force that can't do anything is moving winds.
Storms.
Okay. Oh, no, lying bastard. You shills. Yeah? You sycophants around him who are propping up his lying bastard ways. Sycophants. No, it's just a lying bastard. He made it clear with you earlier, who obviously weren't paying attention as you all go, ah. Weren't you paying attention when he said he wouldn't do anything? I heard. My audience heard. I clarified it, I paused it and pointed out with a demonstration how this illusion of a curve was described by Tyson as not having any effect in reality. Pseudo-force. Fictitious, right, Tyson? So now this fictitious, in quotes, end quote, Tyson. Fictitious force, end quote, Neil deGrasse Tyson, 2 minutes earlier in the video. This fictitious force is now moving winds. Yeah? You understand, fundies on the globe side? This man is a lying bastard. Just lying to you to try and convince you that Earth's moving when it isn't.
So there's an air moves.
All right. Not by Coriolis. Not by an illusion, it don't.
Okay. On Earth's surface.
Right, and it's going to have no effect on it because Coriolis deflection isn't a force and can't move anything because nothing's moving when you observe it happen.
But Earth's surface is rotating with the solid Earth.
That's just a begging the question fallacy. Why would you assume Earth's turning?
What he just said Earth's surface is rotating with the solid Earth?
Yeah, it was a
Is that what he
contradiction.
said?
It was either an intentional or an unintentional misspeak, given that he's now into well and truly contradicting what he said 2 minutes earlier. You can see it in his eyes. He knows he's a lying bastard.
Yeah, he stumbled.
So here I am, and I see a...
Looking around all over the place because he knows he's a lying bastard. Figuring out how he's going to paraphrase his lie in contradiction of what he said 2 minutes earlier about a fictitious force.
A low pressure system, and I'm a nice puffy cloud. Okay. And if I see a low pressure system,
if you see a low pressure system because you're a fucking fluffy cloud, excuse me, Mr. Tyson, isn't this about Coriolis effect? Why are you talking about low pressure systems? They have absolutely nothing to do with non-inertial turning reference frames, turning beneath inertial reference frames to see objects that move straight seem to curve. You seem to be just bullshitting as you stammer and stammer around this, lying bastard.
Yeah, a low
I'm going to go towards the low pressure.
Require a contained system. It will require containment.
That's
So
right, Tyson.
That would make what he's claiming impossible.
Where'd you get the low pressure system without a container, Tyson? In order to have a low pressure system, the gas in that low pressure system is going to damn well be pressing on something. Well, your sky's a vacuum. You wouldn't develop pressure in this heliocentric model with a world that's turning, because that world turns in a sky vacuum with no containment. So how are you going to get this pressure, given that you've got a sky vacuum with an infinite volume for gas to expand into? You'd never achieve pressure in your spinning world that you're now lying about, forces that are fictitious, causing winds to do things.
pressure system, because that must mean there's a higher pressure behind me, and I get pushed into the low pressure system. Okay? And I'm going to make a beeline for it, or a cloud line for it.
That's got everything to do with weather, high pressure to low pressure. That's the law of entropy. So therefore, if there's a low pressure system in the sky like a vacuum, the high pressure's going to want to go into it. You've just debunked space.
Okay,
Hold
so
on.
there
Hold
He has to say this. Sorry, I'll go after Chocolate one.
I was just gonna say, wait a minute. So when you're on the Earth's surface, the rotation will push you into a different pressure system. That's interesting. Didn't he say the other day that the air and the solid ground move together? So if you're already in a low pressure system, how could you ever go into another system if all that air is with you?
Yeah, he's contradicted his earlier video. So in the previous video that we covered on Tyson, he made it explicitly clear that these systems move along with the ground. Now they're getting pushed along because Earth's rotating by the fictitious force of Coriolis. Lying bastard.
He's greasing the skids to explain hurricanes. He's putting in high and low pressure, which are created and do cause hurricanes and cyclones and whatever. And now he's trying to add them pressures, high and low pressures. He's trying to add them into what he's calling the Coriolis force.
Okay, well, let's have a little reminder of what the Coriolis effect actually is, by way of a visual demonstration that you can see on screen and my reading of what it says directly beneath it. It says, in the inertial frame of reference, upper part of the picture, the black ball moves in a straight line. However, the observer, red dot, who is standing in the rotating, non-inertial frame of reference, lower part of the picture, sees the object as following a curved path due to the Coriolis and centrifugal forces present in the frame. So they see it curving because they turn beneath. Excuse me, where the hell did air pressure come into this? Where did weather systems come into this? Oh, they did not, did they? So Billy Bullshitter and his lying bastard ways and his shill puppets of sycophants smirking away as he lies about fictitious forces, doing things to wins, are all lying to you. That's what they're doing. They're here to lie to you. That's what this is. Con men, liars, charlatans, scum.
I am. But wait. If I'm going north to meet my low pressure system, and I'm a cloud south of it, we're in the northern hemisphere now. Wait a minute. As I go north, I find myself overtaking the low pressure system. Because my sideways...
Say again, Adam. You just got to...
This
Globiolis.
Yeah, this is it. It's doubling down on the bit he alluded to the other day, which was like chocolate liked.
he reversed it though. He flipped it. Last time it was the air overtaking the land. Now he's got the land overtaking the pressure system or the air. It's hilarious, this guy.
He's improvising. Neil is improvising and he's constantly branching. It's like, yeah, I can give both contrasting explanations, but in my mind at the time, both will work and I will not concede that it actually contradicts each other. That's what he does now. That's the wizard.
Is faster
He has to put
where I started from.
Two different videos. He has to put these in two different videos because if he does that both in one same video, people are gonna be like, "Whoa, what's going on?" They'll forget about it one day.
But he already did that in the last video.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why he has to
saying.
put it in two different videos.
And where the low pressure is. And we've done this before. The equator is moving 1,000 miles an hour sideways.
Yeah, that 1,000 miles an hour? Absolute bollocks. I beg the question that it moves 1,000 miles an hour because I say it so. No, we'd have effects to observe if that was the case. We don't. We'd have planes with shortened flight times because Earth was turning beneath them on the equator to cause not actual deflection. That would be to say that if you were on a turning Earth and this was the rim velocity at 1,000 miles an hour, you'd see planes that travel in the inertial reference frame moving straight, looking like they curve because Earth's turning beneath them at 1,000 miles an hour, shortening their flight times. Utterly absurd, simply doesn't
even
happen.
1,000 miles an hour. I mean, what's the total alleged diameter right, of ball Earth. What's supposed to be the diameter? It's spinning around supposedly in 24 hours. So, like,
you're gonna have to do a bit of math.
is it
but
24,000?
approximately, Arwen, it's 24,000 divided by 24. We'll give you that
It is.
number.
So it is 24,000.
It's approximately, isn't it?
24,500 or something like that.
I wonder how
suck
did
at
they
math.
measure
If you're
it?
up
Was
at-
it the radar speed, Sam?
Pardon?
I wondered how did they measure over the 1,000 miles per hour? Was it a radar gun or something?
Oh, they needed
Not
R
a
for that.
measurement.
They needed R.
Calculation.
R. They needed R. Kind of
They've not
axial,
measured it.
you can't
Make
have an
the
axial
distinction.
rotation value without an axis. They need R for it.
In northern Florida or DC or in New York, you're moving slower from west to east than the equator is. Yeah, you're all part of the same solid object, yes, but you complete one circle in the same amount of time as folks at the equator do, and they travel a longer distance to do it.
There's asserting that you're moving when you don't realise you're moving. Back to the, wouldn't you notice? Do you not feel 1,000 miles an hour rim velocity or a change in that velocity as you move north? Would you not experience it and feel it? No.
I think
Well,
I
that's
think
the
Adam
point
had
of
a
it, though.
question for Adam. What was your question about that? One of your dad jokes about the movement?
Yeah. What do you call someone who thinks proof that you're spinning is that you don't feel any effects of spinning? It's a baller. Yeah,
Do
I
it.
knew it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, I call him.
Well, this is the point.
At his
He's
own
now a
words,
baller.
the equator is moving at 1,000 miles per hour sideways. I like that he threw that in. Yeah, sideways. Everybody. Great.
For you must be traveling more slowly. They must be traveling faster than you. Here's the point.
They must be. Because
You're
because
on a
they are.
ball. No, because you're on a ball.
Because we're assumed to be turning on a ball.
Yeah.
I see, because we beg the question. I see.
I'm a cloud birthed near the equator. I'm going sideways 1,000 miles an hour. Now I start marching north.
Sorry, why would a cloud that comes from the equator, that's a arbitrary line drawn based on a circle of equal altitude from Polaris at its extremities, why would that equator have clouds that are produced at ground level in the form of water vapor? Why would it be that the water vapor came out of the ground and suddenly moved at an arbitrarily moving 1,000 miles an hour? Sideways.
He said I'm a clown.
Isn't
I
it?
thought he said I'm a clown.
But what is asserted is that a cloud, which is steam, comes out of the ground and arbitrarily adopts 1,000 miles an hour rim velocity of an assumed turning Earth. That's what he's just said.
I'm not touching the Earth.
So what, not in the same reference frame? Like, ball moves straight because it's not attached to the turning reference frame? I mean, we're so
Nathan.
far away from Coriolis effect at the moment, it's untrue.
This is now precluding the secondary reference frame, because to get net zero, we're trying to get to net zero first, aren't we? And the only way to do that is to have lockstepedness.
Nathan, I've observed personally, show of hands, who else has? Air moving in different directions above my head, shown by clouds at different altitudes, right at the same time in different directions above me.
Right. That, yes, I have, and that automatically debunks his assertion that you can simultaneously be moving at 1,000 miles an hour and a lock-spec rim velocity of a turning Earth, he assumes, at 1,000 miles an hour on the equator, or lesser speeds as you move up it, but simultaneously be moving in a different direction. Nonsense. Surface winds debunk this claim.
Worse than that, because what he's explaining and how what he's trying to get across to the audience fraudulently. The way he's describing it means that this effect should happen from the equator right up along the longitude lines, if it was true, because that's how he's trying to grease the skids for hurricanes in Florida. Well, where are the hurricanes in Alaska? You know what I mean?
Sorry, Brian, I'm a bit confused. You said he's trying to grease the skids for this effect. What would that be? The Coriolis effect?
Well, what he's calling the Coriolis effect.
But it isn't.
No, it's not.
No.
But
So he's describing some
describing-
effect that assumes an Earth that's turning, but this is not Coriolis effect. So while he's talking about latitude lines and hurricanes and winds overtaking, if you imagine you're a fucking cloud that comes out of the ground and instantly moves 1,000 miles an hour, that has got absolutely nothing to do with Coriolis effect whatsoever.
No, it has nothing to do with Coriolis effect. But what he's trying to do here by slipping in hurricanes and the way he's going about it would mean that what he's explaining should happen in a lot more places than Florida, is my point. Because what he's explaining, there should be hurricanes up in Alaska. There should be hurricanes here now, according to his, or not here now, but according to his logic, there shouldn't just be hurricanes in Florida, if you understand what I mean, and the Bahamas.
Sure,
Right,
but he started this out by describing high pressure systems moving towards low pressure systems. Okay, again, absolutely devoid of anything whatsoever to do with Coriolis effect. But in so doing, when you describe a high pressure system wanting to move towards a low pressure system, what's that called? Anybody?
Unstable air and a hurricane.
High pressure to low pressure.
Entropy.
Entropy. He's describing an entropic effect and describing that entropic effect in terms of weather. And that weather is from high, that's a high amount of pressure, wanting to expand into a lower pressure. That's diffusion, dispersion, entropy. All right, okay, Neil. Is that right? So you're saying that fuck all to do with Coriolis effect, but high pressure wants to go to low pressure. So therefore the high pressure gas on Earth, 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum, is where that's going to want to head then, right? Into the sky vacuum. I mean, it's not going to be wanting to spin around in a non-closed system, given that there's a massively lower pressure system, according to you, directly above it. So where do you think that high pressure system's going to want to go? I'll tell you where the high pressure's going to go. Not in the form of a circle with a fictitious force doing it. It's going to want to go into the sky vacuum that you think the sky is. Because that's the lowest of low pressure systems that exists, according to you. There is no lower pressure system. That's where it's going to all bugger off to. Yeah? All of these clouds are instantaneously going to dissipate into the 10 to the minus 17 torr lower pressure system that he's described. Again, just for clarity. Absolutely nothing to do with Coriolis effect.
He also needs temperature, but needs a container.
Yeah, he needs containment for all of this. He's talking about pressure. Where'd you get the pressure from, Tyson, like I asked you at the beginning of this? High pressure weather systems, nothing to do with Coriolis. Where'd you get the pressure from? What's it contained by? Are you as stupid as the woman going in to get her tyre filled? Is that what you are? Idiotic? Thinking that you can go in and get the cushy gas pressure without having to have the tyre?
Put air?
Yeah, is that what you are, Tyson? Because that's how it seems, given that you're describing gas pressure systems in a sky vacuum and alluding to high pressure wanting to move towards low pressure to create circulation and ignoring the fact that there's a 10 to minus 17 torr vacuum directly above it all in your sky vacuum spinning world. It's absurd.
I'm floating in the atmosphere, and I see
Atmo what now? Sphere-shaped air? What? Oh, I got my answer when I found out where he's getting his gas pressure without a container. He's assuming that air arbitrarily takes a sphere shape. Atmo, air, that's the gases we're breathing at high pressure, that they're arbitrarily sphere-shaped. Definitely not. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation oxymoron. You can't have air sphere-shaped unless it's got a sphere-shaped container around it. Yeah, back to the tyre example. I know what we need round this truck. We need some atmosphere.
What do you want to put in it?
Where do you want to put in what? Just put some atmosphere around it. Sphere-shaped air. Put that around the rim. Yeah, Mr. Technician.
You feel like it's flat?
Well, no. Tyson's just explained what you need. You need some sphere-shaped air. Get me some sphere-shaped air and stick it around the rim, mate. Don't need the tyre. Don't need a container. It's going to arbitrarily take the shape of a sphere. So stick some of that sphere-shaped air, atmosphere, around the tyre, mate. Yeah, get on with it. Atmosphere. What's your problem? Air takes the shape of a sphere, right? Yeah, stick that around my tyre.
The low pressure system, and I find myself overtaking it.
All right. What, on your way to the sky vacuum? You're just debunking space over and over again. The lowest of low pressure systems in all accounts in your heliocentric world is the sky vacuum, mate. What are you talking
He's
about?
a heretic.
He sounds like he thinks like there's a NASCAR race happening between the Earth and the air, because he keeps saying one of them overtakes the other. Like it's a race he's watching. It's hilarious.
And I end up veering to the right.
Veering as in an actual deflection? Is it just me? It sounds like he's describing actual deflection.
Yes, he is.
All right. Does he not understand that Coriolis effect, as we've detailed it multiple times with this bullshitting liar on screen? It's not an actual deflection, you stupid muppet. How are you comparing this to Coriolis effect when the ball in the example here isn't actually curving? It only looks like it because you're turning beneath. But you're now describing the actual curved path of winds? Oh, well, then you're just thick. Maybe I've been too harsh on Tyson. He's just stupid. Oh, no, he deliberately described the fictitious force of the curve in Coriolis earlier. So, no, he's not thick. He's a charlatan, a fraud, a scammer, a scumbag, a lying bastard, deceiving you all. He knew it was fictitious at the beginning of the description he gave. Now it's making a wind turn. That the Coriolis effect in this title? No. Lying bastard Neil deGrasse Tyson, actual force making this wind turn.
And by the same token, a puff of
Hang
cloud.
on, Nathan. Hang on.
Don, he knows it's an optical illusion. He knew it from the beginning. So you're right. He is a lying bastard.
No, he said on previous show that he will not debate flat earthers because they can be too charismatic. All I've seen you do is use the Socratic method.
Yeah. Fictitious? What is it the fictitious force that made the wind turn if you're imagining yourself to be a bloody cloud, hippie?
North of that low pressure system, it too wants to reach the low pressure system.
So it wants to reach the sky vacuum. The high pressure wants to reach the sky vacuum. That's a low pressure system. Trim that out. That's going to be trimmed out. Definitely play that again.
The low pressure system, and I find myself overtaking it. And I end up veering to the right. And by the same token, a puff of cloud north of that low pressure system, it too wants to reach the low pressure system, except it's traveling slower.
So it wants to, the high pressure system, go into the low pressure system. Right, Tyson? That's very interesting. So high pressure wants to go to low pressure. So if we had a sky vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 towards pretty low pressure, it would all want to go there then, wouldn't it, Tyson? Neil deGrasse Tyson debunks outer space. That's right, it's entropy. High pressure going to low pressure. It's a natural law of nature. You're describing laws of nature with your gas pressure for your hurricanes. And the description comes with the high pressure wanting to move to the low pressure in line with entropic law. Yeah, 10 to the minus 17 towards the lowest of low pressure in this example. All of the air you're breathing at high pressure would go into the sky vacuum according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, with an actual curve that has absolutely nothing to do with Coriolis effect, because he's a lying bastard. Sod all to do with what he's titled this video.
Then a low pressure system. So it goes south and it lags behind. So all the air migrating north ends up ahead of the storm, and all the air going south ends up behind the storm. You put all this together, you get...
And you've got an actual curved path of the wind that's got absolutely nothing to do with the fictitious force you described earlier. You charlatan. That's what we got when we put it all together. You greasing the skids for science with your sycophant, describing a fictitious force of something curving when it's actually moving straight, and then juxtaposing that with winds actually curving with an actual curved path. You lying charlatan magician. Yeah, we've put it all together for you, mate, and pointed out your scummy, scammy lies.
Get a counterclockwise circulation around the low pressure system.
Definitely not a fictitious force, then, that you described when you were describing Coriolis effect. So what's this non sequitur segue with bullshit that assumes a turning Earth? Definitely not Coriolis effect.
Otherwise known as a storm.
Not Coriolis effect, then. Why is it in the title? Why are you talking about it? Is it just so you could beg the question of a turning Earth and describe an entropic effect of high pressure to low pressure to detail why things have an actual spin when Coriolis is a not actual deflection? Oh, it seems like this is just wizardry then, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Smash the super chat to support this channel.
Because the cloud carries moisture. And if you're a cloud magnet, all right, and...
What's a cloud magnet? Anybody?
Cloud magnet?
New term on me, maybe.
Like
I don't know what that is.
Cloud magnet.
What is a cloud magnet?
You're talking to a guy who calls it magic speed.
It's not a joke, Adam. I'm sorry. I wasn't lining that up for a punchline. What kind of person asks what a cloud magnet is?
Baller.
So low pressure systems are nucleate storms for this reason. There it is.
What speed do I need to do, Neil, to overcome a Coriolis force?
This isn't Coriolis force. So sycophant shitbag liar about science, talking about anything science terminology. We haven't had any, mate. Dumbo, you sycophant. How have you just juxtaposed this complete horseshit that begged the question of a turning Earth with Coriolis? This isn't. He just talked about actual curved paths of wind. This thick shit, this sycophant, this lying bastard who talked about science also doesn't know what Coriolis effect is. He just detailed an actual curved path, moron. Why are you asking him about what Coriolis effect is? It isn't what he's just talked about. Just stupid, thick moron.
45. Instead of 33 and a third.
Oh, well played. I got you.
No, the 78. You don't want the 78?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're some old fart.
So what? Reference back the memory of the audience about record players so you can remember about the curved path that was described as fictitious earlier, now turned into an actual curve of wind. Chuckle, chuckle. Remember the record player?
It's there on the other side of the storm. So the point is, the storms have so much weather going on in them because all the weather is trying to get to the low pressure system.
All of the weather, so every bit of wind, rain, storms, hail, that's weather. All of it wants to go to the low pressure system. Anybody know of a low pressure system in the heliocentric model? Like an overriding, really intense 10 to the minus 17 torr low pressure system? Anybody name that? Space. So Neil deGrasse Tyson, breaking news. Space is where all of the weather would fuck off to if it were real, because it's a low pressure system, says Tyson. So Neil deGrasse Tyson, maybe you'd like to make a video about this one too, Dan. Quote, Nathan Oakley says, Neil deGrasse Tyson has debunked outer space by his use of thermodynamic law number 2. That would be entropy. His description is the weather wants to make its way to the low pressure system. I know what weather is, and I know how low pressure 10 to the minus 17 Tor is. So Neil deGrasse Tyson debunks space. I expect some retractions from idiots who say otherwise.
And the low pressure system is the center of the storm. That's why there's rain at a hurricane.
Just for a reminder, anybody who was under the misapprehension that Neil deGrasse Tyson was detailing Coriolis effect in a video, what is Coriolis effect ? Neil deGrasse Tyson explains, he isn't. This is Coriolis effect. Here is the description from me, a flat earther, someone exposing lying charlatan Neil deGrasse Tyson. In the inertial frame of reference, upper part of the picture, the black ball moves in a straight line. That's its actual path. However, the observer, red dot, who is standing on the rotating non-inertial frame of reference, lower part of the picture, sees the object as following a curved path due to the Coriolis and centrifugal forces present in the frame. Did anybody hear any mention of pressure systems? No. Did Neil deGrasse Tyson allude to this being the answer to what is Coriolis effect when his scumbag liar about science sycophant alluded to it and it being in his title? Yes, that's because he's a lying charlatan, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, oh, and by the way,
sounds like a
do you know about the eye of the hurricane?
Still talking about weather, Tyson? Maybe we should relabel this video What Are Hurricanes? And how they debunk outer space. Because that's what you've done. You've described how weather pressure systems that would require containment to develop at all debunk outer space. Because the weather would want to go into the low pressure of space, wouldn't it, Tyson? Like you just explained. Absolutely devoid of anything to do with Coriolis effect in spite of your science shill, lying pseudoscience pretender clown, being a sycophant and pretending this is about Coriolis when it isn't, so you don't have to directly lie about it. That's why he's here. Because you can't do this magic trick on your own, can you, Tyson? You need a sycophant liar to ask you about Coriolis after you've detailed something that isn't. So the audience thinks it's like the title suggests, answering the question, what is Coriolis effect? He's talking about fucking weather. If you don't realise he's talking about fucking weather, then you're thick. Here's Coriolis effect. We, flat earthers, are telling you what Coriolis effect is, while this scamming charlatan liar tells you about weather. Please share the show.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you make?
No, that's weather, dumbos. Got him, condom. It's weather, not Coriolis. Lying bastard charlatan, laughing in your face when he cons you. I am outraged. Meanwhile, he's laughing at you dumbos who all take this in. All right, yeah, hurricanes, yeah. And they actually turn, yeah. Yeah, Coriolis, yeah. No. He's just a lying bastard, and we're here exposing it. So send us to the bottom of the lists of YouTube, because we're exposing the scamming, lying charlatan that is Tyson, so heaven forbid we get a decent audience. Shout out to, at least I get support, Skeptic936 who says, thanks, Nathan. No, it's absolutely my pleasure. I hope you're all enjoying my absolute outrage with this lying bastard.
Well, I'm not going to say something and have you tear me to pieces, am I?
Chuck, that sounds like a no, right? Do you know what's happening? Well, I think I do.
No.
So the eye of the hurricane is completely clear.
Still talking about weather?
Yeah.
Right. No rain, and it's perfectly quiet.
Can I point out how insane that statement was that he just said to his high priest? Oh, I don't want to make a statement and you just tear me a new asshole or whatever, paraphrasing, right? So you, even if he's got a contention with him, he's not going to say it for fear of Mr. Holy Smoking deGrasse Tyson is going to tear him a new ass for it. This is pathetic.
Okay. And
sorry.
Go on, John. Hold on, Brian. Go ahead, John, then Brian.
I was just going to say heliocentrism thrives in ignorance because people are afraid to ask questions because they don't want to feel stupid.
Yep. That's why I had to point that out. Sorry, Brian.
No, that's actually an excellent point, John. It's true, because it is true. They make people scared to ask questions because they berate them when they do, and we are the evidence of that. Everyone who ever come into this arena, we are the evidence of that, because you're abused for asking questions. But the point I was going to make is that is Neil deGrasse Tyson a meteorologist?
No,
because he seems to want to be telling everyone about the weather.
He's supposed to be talking about Coriolis effect, though.
And how much weather there is in storms. Well,
And
that's
how-
a funny use of words. I thought a storm was weather.
Yeah, and how storms and weather would want to go into the lowest of low pressure systems called a sky vacuum. It's entropic law. He's using it to describe Coriolis effect when he lies about what Coriolis effect is with actual curved paths of storms, when Coriolis effect is not actual deflection. Yeah, he's just debunking space by describing entropy.
Hey, you just getting hung up on details.
This is another part of his trick. He's speaking about weather, and if anyone holds him to it, he say, "Well, look, I'm not a meteorologist." You know what I mean? But if you held a meteorologist toes to the fire, would they be able to prove to you that what they believe to be Earth rotation is creating these weather systems? And they'd have to go no. But he doesn't have to do that because he's not a meteorologist.
A movie called Marooned. It was a 1960s pre-moon landing movie, but we knew we were headed there, so we
But we knew we were heading there. You never went there. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, Tyson, but the weather wants to go into the low pressure. So if the sky was a vacuum for us to travel to the moon, then the weather would want to go into the low pressure also. You know, the area that the rockets are claimed to be traversing to get to the moon. The weather would want to go there. It's like high pressure to low pressure. You know, entropic law.
He used the right word. He just did it. He missed it a time because he said the pre-moon landing movie. Well, the moon landing was a movie, so he's talking about the pre-moon landing movie. He's an idiot.
Hey, QE.
Either, Hollywood started making movies about this. So the astronauts who were marooned in space, I don't remember why. And we got to save them. All right. So there's another launch vehicle this is in Florida. Florida, likes hurricanes, don't they? Okay.
Yeah.
So
So why are we talking about this? I mean, in the space of time he's babbled on about the weather, and now we're talking about missions to the moon for a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, that all the weather would want to go into, according to him. I've detailed, 3 times? What the Coriolis effect actually is. Fairly succinct. It's one paragraph. The image, the little GIF, is just a rotating platform that's representative of you sat on it, looking at a ball toss over the top of it. It's really simple. Why are we now talking about fake launches in Florida? Nothing to do with Coriolis effect.
they're ready to launch the rescue vessel because they're running out of oxygen, but they can't launch it because a hurricane is coming. Because then they'll put the other astronauts at risk. So everyone's giving up.
All this is padding so that you're far enough away from his assertion that this is a fictitious force. Just make sure you've got enough padding so that it's far enough away from his contradiction that you won't remember.
Hope on this rescue mission until someone points out, wait a minute, the path of this hurricane goes right over Cape Canaveral.
Oh.
So
how about that?
How about that? So we can.
Wasn't your question about Coriolis effect? Yeah? I mean, you're smiling. You've done your little job of talking about this is science, like we're talking about scientific terms, greasing the skids for this bullshit that he lies about when he doesn't talk about Coriolis. You asked him about Coriolis. Have you not noticed, smirking, smiling Charlie? Yeah? Why isn't he answering your question? You're just such a cuck that you'd rather sit there and smirk while he doesn't answer you. You got no balls? Say, can I have an answer about Coriolis effect, Dumbo? That's what I'd say to him, while he waffles on about fucking Cape Canaveral and some movie that you've probably never seen that's got fuck all to do with non-inertial turning reference frames causing not actual drift as you turn beneath something moving in a straight path in an inertial reference frame. You notice how I can summarize it in the time it takes you to smirk?
Can launch right over Cape Canaveral when all the weather dies down. So I was like 9 years old or something. I said, that's kind of cool.
It's kind of got fuck all to do with Coriolis effect.
And so from then on, I was highly intrigued by hurricanes.
That's fascinating. So you became a weatherman, or you just became a bullshitting astrophysicist to bullshit about the stars, and then occasionally speak about weather, debunking space with entropic law. Go on. Someone's off muting G+. Whoever it is, can you go on mute, please?
This can happen.
Go on.
You can blame me if you want, Nathan.
What, because it's you? I will blame you. It is you.
It isn't me, but you can think it's me and blame me if you like.
Okay, you were the only one that was talking.
Neil.
You were ironically speaking off mute when I happened to look. Okay, fine. Whoever, just...
It's not you, Neil. I wasn't ironically speaking off mute. I came off mute so I could tell you can blame me if you'd like. It wasn't me.
You don't have to blame him. It was me. I was off mute. It was in my pocket. End of story.
I blame
Here's the problem.
Okay, I'll just nominate QE to be blamed. Fucking hell, QE, can you stay on mute?
The hurricane would have ripped apart the
Neil?
rocket before it got. You got
smoking the grass and R, Neil.
Welcome to QE's representation of this argument.
It gets it from the outside of the hurricane to the eye of the hurricane.
And how's this got anything to do with Coriolis being not actual deflection?
Oh, no. So
no. We're talking about weather.
So it's the
Coriolis effect is a not actual deflection from a non-inertial turning reference frame as a ball gets tossed over in an inertial reference frame. I can describe Coriolis while you stutter.
Spaceship is attached to the gantry. It's fine.
Attached? Well, you're not talking about Coriolis effect. It's something that's not attached, moving straight, seeming to curve as you turn beneath.
It's fine, and it's round, so it's not like a balloon. It's not like
a building where it's going to be ripped apart.
Yeah, no, it'll
aerodynamic.
It's fine. Okay.
What are they babbling about? I am so sick of this padding. How many minutes do you need between your contradiction?
Okay.
It's fine for that purpose. All right.
We should all build houses.
just so we don't, have the actual effect of the padding be successful. Tyson's described this effect earlier on as a fictitious force. It's not going to ever change anything ever because nothing's actually changing. It's just seeming that way because you turn beneath. He's got it moving winds. He's talking about weather, and now he's padding that crap as much as possible. We're probably going to get, I'm going to guess, another 4 minutes of padding. So he's far enough away, at least 10 minutes away from where he described it as a fictitious force.
It's like rockets on gantries.
Yeah.
And we'll all be hurricane proof.
I'm not going to volunteer to test that theory.
Theory? The only reason this man is here is to grease the skids of scientific bullshittery. He's here to prop this up like it's science. Theory would be the result of experimentation. Experimentation is based on a hypothesis. A hypothesis is based on a natural phenomena that you want to know the cause of. None of what we've discussed has anything to do with theories. Given that you're the only bloody person here who's mentioned science. Retro Bill says, I'm loving this. Thank you very much indeed, Retro Bill, for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Smash the super chat if you want to support this channel. Hit the PayPal link if you want me to have a new chair.
There's probably some wind speed that would knock over a rocket. Oh, by the way, the rocket that they worried would get knocked over in the movie The Martian?
Oh, we're going to get 2 movies to pad his bullshit. So he's literally going to end up being 12 minutes away from his original lie. The fact that Coriolis effect isn't anything to do with actual curve paths.
Right. So he's pointing to science fiction?
Yeah, he's just padding out this he's just putting, Anthony, you're the one who described this to me, right? With Hank Hill. Can you regale us with why I'm identifying this padding? Are you there, Anthony?
Okay, so it was an ambush attempt. So it wasn't, I think, was it Hank Hill? I think it might have been.
Yeah, it was.
So what had happened was Geo Strieber was hosting a hangout where he was hosting the debate. And in the debate, Rumpus, Hank Hill was talking about the Etvos effect. The topic was the Etvos effect. And Hank Hill had recognized that Geo Strieber he presented a graph, and the graph data was based on a model. It wasn't based on empiricity. Nobody had measured anything. It was just a graph created based on how it would be if this model was true. And it was a lovely, perfect curve. And Hank spotted it, and he started to narrow in on the topic, and he was like getting it to the point where he could say, so this is basically a reification fallacy, right? But he never actually got there, because what happened was Rumpus started making a noise in the background, distracting the topic away from that point that Hank was zooming in on. And then GeoStreamer kicked him out. By the time Rumpus got kicked out, the point that he was closing in on had got that much obfuscated, because you know what Rumpus is like. He's a loud noise, isn't he? So Hank forgot what point he was trying to make, and then the point just fizzled away. So Hank was deprived of his win by Rumpus making a tactical foul. And what's happening here is Neil deGrasse Tyson is essentially doing the same thing. He's creating a noise in the background so that everybody forgets about the thing that he'd said before that was wrong. And it's basically obfuscating the point, the contradictory point that Nathan's now pointing out. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson's doing right now.
And we can relate that back to
Point of order,
go ahead,
Your
man.
Honor. Point of order, Your Honor. That was Brandon Toy.
It's probably happened more than once.
Brandon Toy, you're right.
It wasn't. It was actually Hank Hill, and it wasn't. The scenario was half Brandon Toy and half Hank Hill. He just gave the wrong story. The story for Hank Hill was actually about the inverse square law, and it got rumpused by Paper Explanator. And the reason was because Hank Hill had won the argument, and there was the concession had to come much later. So they put as much padding between the incorrect assertion and the conclusion of the incorrect assertion, which I've inserted every step of this journey through Tyson's nonsense, so that in the audience mind, who haven't got me saying, yeah, remember where he said that it was fictitious force? Remember when I've showed you 100 times that it's not actual deflection, the ball's moving straight, nothing's actually having anything happen to it other than you seeing it seem to happen? I keep pointing that out. But he doesn't want the audience to realise that he's about to connect all of this back to Coriolis effect. Because the whole point of this is for you to have an actual description of Coriolis effect in the first instance that's accurate. So for the surface dwellers that don't want to get 15 minutes into the video, they get an actual description early on. It's a fictitious force. The ball not actually curving, but looking like it curves. That's what we're talking about. Fictitious because it's really moving straight. So he's told you that, but now he's linking it back to wind moving, actually going in a curved direction. So at some point he's got to link this back and call it Coriolis. So he wants as much padding as possible between his description and his connection. Big, massive shout out to Skeptic936, who dropped $100 on this show. Extra long extended live show because Santa's going to be visited tomorrow, so there probably won't be a live show, or if there is, it'll be a short one later. Also, another shout out to Retro Bill, who smashed the super chat several times. Let's just get the there we go. Get the chats up so you can see them all. So yeah, thanks very much, Retro Bill, for just smashing the super chat. It gives me money, didn't even say anything. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Also, shout out to Sensual Goat and Original D-Rose, who's also just given me money. Thank you very much. You're on the panel. Thank you so much for all these super chats. I really do appreciate it. I'm just going to read out Sensual Goat. Borat, you have Pussycat Magnet? I pay good money for Pussycat Magnet in car. NDT, I have Cloud Magnet. Thank you very much.
It's sexy time.
Mark Watney on the ground.
Right.
So he's probably dead. We better take off now before this dust storm on Mars knocks us
That
over.
storm's going to kill us, right?
Kill us. Okay, so let's leave him, give him up for dead. And of course, he was alive. But
I'm just going to pause it so I don't get a copyright strike. Got nothing to say. Just padding.
But
padding.
The atmospheric pressure on Mars is one.
Atmospheric pressure? As in sphere-shaped air at pressure? You're assuming that Mars, a line in the sky, has got gas in a sphere shape, not expanding into the low pressure. Didn't you say earlier that, like, the weather, the pressure, the systems that you all described would want to go into the low pressure, like the sky vacuum? But now you're just assuming that Mars has got sphere-shaped air around it, not filling the vacuum. That seems very contradictory. It seems like you're debunking space here near the rest, Tyson. Shout out to Matthew Eastman for smashing the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much indeed. Happy Christmas to you all. Really appreciate it. Again, just gives me money. Didn't say anything.
Right. I'd just like to thank them all because it stopped you thinking about your squeaky chair. Well done, guys.
They have stopped me squeaking about the thinky chair.
1/100th that of the atmospheric pressure on Earth. 1/100th. So if you have 100-mile-an-hour wind,
it's 1/100th of the pressure. So considerably higher than 10 to the minus 17 torr then. So the sky vacuum's still the low pressure system that it would all want to go into. So it wouldn't be there. I mean, this definitely isn't the case. It wouldn't be there. You know, the weather on Mars at that very, very low pressure, well, there's a much, 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 much lower pressure system right next to it. It's called the sky vacuum. So no, definitely not. This is absolutely absurd and contradicts what you said earlier about weather systems wanting to make their way to lower pressure systems, like the sky vacuum. You're going to get on this one, Dan? Tyson's debunked space. He described entropic law, mate.
Wind on Mars.
Wind? What, like the weather? So definitely weather in the sphere-shaped air on Mars. Not going into the low-pressure system of the sky vacuum. Definitely not. Definitely violating the second law of thermodynamics there, my friend. The one you described earlier.
There ain't much air there doing it.
yeah, it'd all be in the sky vacuum like all of our air, because we've got no containment. You know, like the chick with the car. Do you remember the car? She wants gas pressure without a container. Remember? Let's have a little bit of that as well.
What the hell?
I ran out of air. I'm sorry. I live down the street. I live on Mines.
Is your Jeep?
Just give her atmosphere, mate. Just put some sphere-shaped air around that rim. What's your problem? Don't you understand sphere-shaped air? Like around Mars? Thank you very much indeed. I'm just getting super chat after super chat. It's because we've done an extended live show, isn't it? It's because we've gone on for like 2.5 hours. Okay, let's just...
Can I tell a funny Star Trek story?
You can, I suppose. Thank you to Michael Jones. Any science yet? No, the sycophant charlatan that was there to claim science and connect back to Coriolis effect was only there for one thing, to claim science when they didn't have any and connect bullshit about weather back to Coriolis effect with a question about Coriolis effect, which this isn't about. So no, definitely no science, Michael. But thank you very much for the super chat. I really, really, really appreciate it. Let's have a Star Trek story. Why not? We're live. We're extended. Everybody's giving me money. Life is sweet.
Yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson speaking about movies, so we should speak about. I watched Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan, one with Leonard Nimoy in it, the original cast, in the past few days. And there was this funny scene where Captain Kirk and Spock and all them were all there with a load of trainees, and they were bringing them out in the Enterprise for docking away from the home station, whatever, to give these trainees some training out in actual space in their spacecraft, right? And he gave the orders for this main trainee to undock and move, and the girl turned around and said to him, it was I can't remember the actress's name is, but she said, "What's our heading, Captain or Admiral?" And he went, "At your discretion." Yeah, because you can't. There is no heading in space. Yeah, there's no north, south, east, west, right? And whoever was making the thing went, "Oh yeah, what can we say? There isn't going to be a northwest or anything." So they just had to go at your discretion. It was the people making Star Trek knew at that point. This is some load of bullshit.
Just go that way.
Nathan,
yeah, whatever way you want.
Yes.
I've just posted in Master B. We've got 120 now, but we had 122. So I think you're technically obliged to finish the vid anyway.
Because I know I know my numbers so well. When I saw the rate that the numbers were increasing, I knew we would hit 120 today. And therefore, that's why we have had the extended live show of all extended live shows, because there have been people smashing the super chat to get it extended, and it didn't. And then extend it a little bit to get it up to 120, and it didn't. But when I saw it at like 30-minute mark getting up to 100, I'm like, yeah, this show will hit 120 today. So very, very good. Thank you very much to everybody all week who's been smashing the share button while I've been e-begging for shares. I really appreciate it. Another shout out to Michael Kahn as well. He says, this is brilliant. But yeah, you go. There, you're showing the live numbers, right? And this, yes, you are. Yeah, cool. Indeed.
I won't lie. I cheated a little bit. I went into the chat myself too as well, even though I don't do it much, but I got a little time, so I'm in there saying what's up to the fam. So shout out to everybody, man. I don't say it much, but shout out to all you guys watching and listening.
It's good. It's good to do an extended coverage of Coriolis effect because this, as much as I don't like the subject, I know I'm good at it, which is good because this is a Coriolis effect special with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I can, overtly call him a lying charlatan because he is.
Yeah, it's like an
This is one of my favorites.
This Star Talk.
No, I mean this subject.
Oh, Coriolis. I hate it. I'll be honest. There we go.
Been going.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
Thank
And so
God.
they could have so easily waited and then saved Martin's ass, but they didn't. They just left that boy to die. Anyhow, so here's
And
the
he
point.
was a scientist, so you know what he said.
What he said?
Y'all just
Grease the skids a little bit more. Make sure we're all familiar with the hint and suggestion of science being the discussion point. It isn't. It's Coriolis. Not that they're talking about that.
left me. Because you don't think I know what the atmospheric pressure is or here on Mars?
To anyone starting the gym,
Are we taking bets on whether he
you
knows
gotta
what
give me a
atmospheric
prime. I'm
pressure
not-
is?
Atmospheric, as in sphere-shaped air.
Says he knows.
Going for it. I'm not going. Y'all left me, and you know it.
Because
Gonna try to put
know
it-
the
right.
atmospheric pressure wouldn't have toppled you over. You know
Right.
that.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it.
What's it pressing on when it's in a sphere shape arbitrarily? When it gets to the edge of the sphere shape, you've arbitrarily assigned to the air that we're breathing. Does it just get to the edge of your arbitrary sphere and just come back again? What's it bounce off? I mean, my understanding is based on what you've told us earlier, which is that, the high pressure system would want to go to the low pressure system. But you've arbitrarily got this sphere shaped air. So what does it bounce off at the edge of the sphere that the air is? It isn't, ladies and gentlemen. Air does not take the shape of a sphere arbitrarily. It takes the shape of whatever containment it's got. Fills it. Moving at high velocities. It's moving in all directions. Comes from the ground and goes up. Just in case anybody tells you that gravity's holding it here. What, gas go down, go boom, boom? When it expands in all directions to fill whatever containment it's got? No, definitely not. What's that? We've got pressure gradients. What, gas, pressure, gradients? Yeah, we'll first need gas pressure before we'll have gas pressure gradients, and gas is created at ground level and it makes its way up. And according to Tyson, wants to make its way to the lower pressure. Right, yeah. Dispersion into sky vacuums. Go on.
John.
Yeah, just a side point. I don't want to get off the beaten path, but before we close out, I want a shameless plug for Ball Busters on Saturday. Thanks.
Be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel for Ball Busters. Dun 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 dun. Is that still the theme tune? I never even listened.
Yes, it's going to be titled Bad Moon Shadow. So it's Bad Moon Shadow. Okay? Be there.
Bad Moon Shadow. 2 p.m. UK. No, what time is it? 8 p.m. No, is it 8 p.m.? 8 p.m. UK. 2 p.m. Central Standard.
No, it's 2 p.m. Yes, correct.
All right, so here's the thing. Because all of this air has sideways motion to...
Does it? Air has sideways motion? Nah, multiple directional surface winds would debunk that statement, Neil.
No, it
Did
has
you not
to have.
know?
It has to have, because if it doesn't, then none of what he's claiming will work. It's essential that it has this sideways movement that he's framed it. I think the anti-flat earthers misname it retention of angular momentum, retention of linear speed, whatever they conflate it to ensure locksteppedness, to get a net effect of zero. Neil, in his more scientific terms, has described it as moving sideways.
1,000 miles an hour sideways wind. Much more scientific, shill, sycophant.
To the center of the low pressure system, it never actually reaches the center.
Sorry
That's
to
why
interrupt.
it's...
Gone.
I've got to defend him. He can't remember. He can't overtly. Well, he does, but he can't. He's not going to say something as stupid and describe it, as I said, with some of those words that the anti-flat earthers, retention of angular momentum, retention of linear speed, whatever. How they claim it's happening. He's had to jokify it, hasn't he? as he does when he gets to a delicate area that is weak on. So it's moving sideways. Let's move on is the way he deals with it. Yeah, why not give an accurate description of what is majestic? Really, his claim, isn't it? It's the most extraordinary claim, but it's summarized as moving sideways.
I don't know who DALA is, but he's given me 140 ZAR. Anybody know what ZAR is? Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. It's a South African rand, suck. But here you go, FED. Well, there you go. He's answered in the super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much indeed.
Hey, before you start up, you do a Ballbusters plug again? This is going to be epic, man. Just epic. It's going to be number 3 globe killer. Just to shout it out.
On the
maybe we
hell.
should stop. Maybe we should stop numbering these things because we keep outdoing ourselves. So I don't know. Maybe we should stop.
Negative. Number 3 globe killer. Bad Moon Shadow. Be there.
Okay, right. No. Whoever downplayed what Kiwi's just said, right? I am lucky enough because I don't come up with any of these arguments. I just disseminate them. That's all I do. But I am privileged enough to occasionally sit on some of the conversations that go on behind the scenes. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, did yesterday's discussion in this, it all got recorded, you know. That discussion, I recorded all of it. You as an audience member, even if you're not a member, if you are a member, go and check this out, right? Yesterday's Uncut and After show. Listen through it and you'll hear just a beautiful unfolding of a couple of the guys. I'm not going to spoil who it is, unless you want to speak up now. That's up to you. Maybe it'll come out in Ballbusters. I don't know if something's planned. But going through their explanation for how this heliocentric annihilation unfolds. Now, I was sitting relatively quietly throughout this discussion and just, egging on the people who needed to make their points when I needed to interject. But I was lucky and privileged enough to listen to this unfolding and at the end get to play dumb 2 or 3 times so that the audience can hopefully have it summarized if they didn't get it up until that point. But it is epic, and I'm not going to downplay it, QE. Now I know what you're talking about. It took a few minutes for the penny to drop. If that's what we're talking about, I am very, very, very excited to be on Ballbusters on Saturday. It is a new heliocentric debunking, and it's excellent. It's absolutely fantastic. So you must be here in B-Sphere or B-Sphere without any hint of irony or sarcasm for the Ballbuster show on Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. Because you're going to get it's another one of those moments. It's another black swan, elevation angle measurement. It's another one of those moments. It's a gas pressure without a container moment on Saturday. So I don't want to downplay it in the slightest because and I can't overhype it if I tried. That's how big a deal it is. So you're going to love it. Be here or be sphere on Quantum Eraser's channel on Saturday. Yes, Nathan, I know. We're all excited too. Yeah, see, they're all excited. I'm excited. We're all excited. Every Ballbuster's excited. So should you be.
Is that at 2 o'clock Central?
8 p.m. UK.
UK, okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir. 8 p.m. UK, 2 p.m. US Central.
Be sure to fill me in directly after the show. I don't want to wait.
No. What have you ever done for us recently other than give us a housekeeping question? Get lost.
It's going to be good. This is the best live show in a while. I'm very excited.
Clear in the center.
It's a Saturday is going to be good.
All right.
Fact.
The same.
Okay. That's why it never actually gets there. All right. So that's how you get hurricanes. If you repeat that scenario for the southern hemisphere.
So that's how you get hurricanes. In a video, what is Coriolis? That's how you get hurricanes. Absolutely nothing to do with Coriolis effect whatsoever. And if you were hoping for a 6-minute explanation about hurricanes that debunks outer space, well, then come to a video about Coriolis effect being explained by Neil deGrasse Tyson, I suppose. Because that makes a lot of sense. As long as some sycophant shill for the science that they haven't got is saying Coriolis effect every so often while you're talking about hurricanes, maybe people will think that this has something to do with Coriolis effect, I guess.
then what you find is that the forces operate such that the storm rotates in the opposite direction. So storms in the southern hemisphere rotate.
What's a hemisphere? Anybody? Is this a begging the question fallacy of a sphere Earth beneath these hurricanes? Oh yeah, of course. The only reason we're talking about hurricanes is so you can assume Earth's a sphere that's turning. Again, nothing to do with Coriolis effect, just your way of begging the question. And your way of making it absolutely clear to the audience that you are begging the question is with this use of hemisphere. An assumption that we're on a sphere. I see.
Clockwise. Storms in the northern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise. When I say
what? Wouldn't that be just a case of you turning around? You know, counterclockwise and clockwise are just relative directions, though, aren't they? You know, if I stand on a roundabout and look at cars going past me, they'll go from left to right. If I cross the road and look back at the roundabout, they'll go from right to left. Clockwise and anti-clockwise. Yeah, it's just relative. What are you babbling about? This proves nothing.
Say storms, I mean low-pressure storms.
What, the ones that would disappear into the really, really low pressure of the sky vacuum? Those storms?
By the way, air circulates the opposite way for high-pressure centers. But because the air...
If you came in for Coriolis, you're not getting it.
...wants to leave, it will still circulate. But since high-pressure systems...
have nothing to do with Coriolis effect, here's the Coriolis effect description and definition. It doesn't say anything about high-pressure systems. It only describes seeing not actual curved paths as you rotate beneath inertial reference frames on non-inertial turning reference frames. That's what it is. Sod all to do with this nonsense.
Repel clouds, no one thinks of them as a storm. But it's essentially a high-pressure storm. Have you ever been completely
devoid of descriptions of the Coriolis effect in your video that's 16 minutes long? Yeah. We've been tediously pouring our way through this garbage for quite some time, Tyson.
Cloudless days and it was very windy?
Yeah.
That's what you're experiencing. Okay, you're experiencing air escaping away from the high-pressure system.
Right, so what, into the low-pressure system? So we'd experience all of the air we breathe vacating into the sky vacuum. Tyson just keeps debunking outer space over and over again with the second law of thermodynamics description of high pressure to low pressure, entropy, dispersion. Isn't that interesting? How Neil deGrasse Tyson, rather than telling you what Coriolis effect, keeps debunking space.
Gaining speed relative to you on the rotating Earth.
Hold on. How does this connect us to us on the rotating Earth? We're not on a rotating Earth.
So, yes, you can have high winds with no clouds because the clouds are not collecting. If they're not...
What's he talking about?
What the hell is this guy talking about?
It's just completely off the beaten track.
Did he say high-pressure storm?
Yeah.
That's not a fucking... What the hell? A storm is a heavy fall of rain, snow, or hail, or a violent outbreak of thunder and lightning unaccompanied by strong winds. Neil deGrasse, you're not even a fucking decent meteorologist. Fucking clown.
Not collecting, you don't have rain or storm.
This is like titling. This is like titling for the third time. A discussion, what is an amoeba, and discussing the tenets of racquetball. What the fuck is he doing?
Completely agree. He's so far off the beaten track in terms of Coriolis effect.
Or hail.
Actually,
or anything.
They do call them windstorms when the winds are high enough.
You can have them, right, and they'll knock stuff over, but not because it carries precipitation. That's right. Turns out...
It turns out that this has got sod all to do with Coriolis.
I'm watching a football game.
Here it comes. So we've had, 8 minutes of padding? Yeah? Between describing the force of Coriolis making these winds move, now we're onto the actual claim of the football game and Earth turning beneath the football. Or was it 6 or 7 minutes of padding?
Brian did call it.
It was like 5:45 on a Sunday, and I finished watching some show. I forgot. No, it was another football game, and I have a show coming on at 6, and I'm channel surfing, and I came upon the Cincinnati Bengals playing somebody.
Who cares? Let's get to the actual Coriolis claim. Where are you going to have Earth turning underneath the football to cause a not actual deflection from the stands as you watch it on a claim to be turning Earth. Just get to that bit.
Was it who the Seattle?
Set it up.
Yeah, he set it. No, go on. What have I missed?
No, I was just gonna say, he's got to set it up. This is the pièce de résistance. All right.
What Chocolate's saying is, I'm spoiling the prestige.
Exactly.
Folk, the Seahawks. I think it was the Seahawks, but it was definitely Cincinnati Bengals. Okay, and right at that time, I tuned in. It was a tie, and the game ended. So they went into a full period overtime. Okay, now you know the rules. I think they've even changed since I.
Okay, who cares? I've got to interrupt those so I don't get a copyright strike.
Last memorize them, but each team gets possession. All right, and
why are you padding it out with the basics of football? My God!
If they score a field goal, the other team.
Oh, really?
Team gets a chance to score a field goal. If nobody scores with each possession, then it's sudden death. Okay, that's the state of this game at the time in the 15 minutes that I watched. So
we'll eventually get to this Coriolis effect now. I mean, he hasn't actually linked any of the bullshit he just talked about with hurricanes to Coriolis. That was done by his shill science guy. He didn't actually do that.
Sudden death overtime at this point. Cincinnati has the ball. They're at the 50-yard, 45-yard line plus 10 yards, or whatever is the hike with the kick. They had to make a 55-yard field goal.
Okay, so got a ball on a field, about to be kicked through a goal.
And if they make it, it's for the win. If they don't, the game continues. But they could win it on this kick. So I'm watching this, and the kick, it goes up, and it tumbles. This is where no one breathes, okay, in the stadium. No.
Okay, the ball's been kicked. We're all clear.
Nobody breathes. And you see the ball tumble, and it's tumbling, and there it goes. And it hits the left upright and careens in for the score.
Okay. So it's taken a curved trajectory towards the goal and then gone in and scored a point. Okay.
You can tell a good story.
And the Cincinnati Bengals win. And I said, wait a minute, hold on. And I did a fast calculation. It was airborne for like 3.5 seconds, something like that. I did the math. I checked the orientation of the stadium. The stadium is oriented north-south. And I said, oh, my gosh. The Cincinnati Bengals for the win field goal kick was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right.
So he's saying the ball was deflected to the right because Earth turned underneath the ball. We all clear what he's claiming?
All that needs
no
is a
skill.
laugh track.
No.
So no skills on the on the kicker.
He's saying Earth turned underneath the football. And you observed a deflection to the right because Earth turned underneath. That's what he's saying, right?
Not
That's
exactly.
pretty absurd, yeah. Yeah,
No.
that's hilarious.
QE, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You've got the best succinct description of this, of what he's actually claiming.
Yeah, it's hillbilly blue balls, a redneck retard, aka photosynthetic redneck, aka Mr. Gumpy football field, when he came out and said that the football field is not only moving, but the 50-yard line is moving faster than the goal line.
Everything's moving. The ball, the goal line, everything's going, as he disclaims at the start, sideways. But on the path of the football, when he kicks it, it's moving faster than the goal. So it moves a little bit to the right because the goal's not moving as fast sideways as the ball is by the time it's got to that point, which is his 1/3 of an inch.
Yes. So the ground is moving underneath the ball at a different rate to the ball.
Yes, but not like with Coriolis, where one is rotating under the other. They are both rotating, but now one is going a different speed forwards in its path and, sideways in its path of rotation. And that's what they're claiming is going to cause this differential, is the differential between the two sideways movements. Obviously, the ball and the ground are moving at the same sideways before it's kicked. As it's kicked, it gets to the goal, and that area is moving sideways slightly slower. So the net effect is the ball goes through.
Yeah, like
That's
Coriolis deflection from the ground.
No, and this is his switcheroo, because in Coriolis we've got one straight path and one spinning. Yeah? In this claim, what he's turned both things into spinning to get a net zero first, but he still wants to invoke something, or unfortunately, the path will still have different sideways movements as he described, and it's that as that plays out that is now what he's claiming is Coriolis force. Which it clearly isn't,
it's another thing to put on the list that is not Coriolis effect.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Well, yeah, that's why he brought in north-south, the orientation. That's why he brought that in, the north-south orientation.
I would like to point out one of QE's points right here. If I walked 100 yards up to a group of people and said, you know what, it feels like the land is moving a quarter inch faster over here than it was over there, people would laugh at me.
I would laugh at you.
Yeah. Caused by the rotation of the earth. People lost their minds. I tweeted it. People lost their mind. People wrote in and say, God help Cincinnati win.
I know that kicker loves you. The kicker is just like, the earth hates me.
Well, because you know from baseball, if you take a round object.
Okay. If Earth's turning underneath the football, then Earth's turning underneath aeroplanes. And if they're travelling west, then that would shorten their flight times significantly. About a quarter of an inch over the space of a couple of seconds. How much do you think that would stack up if you were travelling west over a prolonged period of time? It wouldn't be a quarter of an inch. That would mean you've got Los Angeles coming towards you if you're travelling from Charlotte, North Carolina. The ground's coming towards you. Even if you gave it at a quarter of an inch for a few seconds, like the ball, right? The ground's moving underneath to the rate of a quarter of an inch, says Neil deGrasse Tyson, as he convolutes a zero net difference effect as the Earth moves sideways at 1,000 miles an hour, with the air moving sideways at 1,000 miles an hour, and a north-south differential we call Coriolis effect. He's still got a differential. Yeah. Earth's still turning underneath this football. That would shorten flight times when travelling west. Doesn't matter which way you dice it, Earth's turning under this football, according to him.
Yeah, I understand that, Nathan, and you're correct, because Earth can't be turning underneath something and then not turning underneath something. But he's technically claiming that the Earth is not, well, it's not that he's not claiming the Earth is rotating underneath something, but he's saying something that's rotating with the Earth is moving into a place where the Earth is moving slower.
A married bachelor. No. It's a married bachelor.
Right.
You can't simultaneously be moving with something and deflecting 1/4 of an inch. If you are deflecting, ipso facto, you aren't moving with it.
No, in reality, you're not.
Right.
But
so while I understand,
no,
I get the magic trick. The magic trick is to make you believe that air is produced at ground level, and then because I assume, in this example, the Earth is turning at a rim velocity of 1,000 miles an hour on the equator, the air that's produced at ground level comes out the ground and immediately whips around at 1,000 miles an hour, even though it's unbonded to anything, at the exact same rate as the ground does. And as I move up the presupposition of a hemispherical surface that is described by begging the question, it will get slower as I move up. The wind velocity that's both unbonded to anything and bonded to Earth at the rim velocity, I assume. There'll be a difference in the air velocity. Yeah, but that means that there's a difference. Ergo, the ground beneath is moving at a different rate to the things above it. Therefore, it cannot both be moving at the same rate as the ground beneath it and moving at a different rate. They're married bachelors.
Yeah, I understand that. But 3 videos back, I made a video where I addressed this exact claim without talking about the claim and without talking about Coriolis, the Coriolis effect or anything else. I addressed it. A flight flying from London Heathrow to Accra, Ghana is a direct north-south flight. to get to Accra, Ghana, where Accra, Ghana would be 6.5 hours later, the flight would have to be more. It was a normal flight, or in reality, is just over 3,000 miles between London and Accra, Ghana. But for what Neil deGrasse Tyson is claiming, the flight would have to be over 6,000 miles. And the plane would have to be flying at a speed that no commercial airliner can fly at to get there. And this is what my video was about. So I don't have to talk about East West or Atlas. I don't have to go into any of their claim. I don't have to talk about Coriolis. Just that exact thing. And I had commercial pilots telling me, commercial pilots telling me, there's no deviation. There's no deviation. You're just carried along by the rotation of the Earth. There's no deviation. In that circumstances that Neil deGrasse Tyson has just detailed, there has to be an actual deviation. Not an apparent, an actual.
North's the problem, isn't it, Brian? Because
yes, Adam.
You see what they try to invoke as the Coriolis, as you go, and he tried to describe it there. That's fine if you're going to say the net effect is that it creates hurricanes. If you're flying south, you've started with, say, a 600 miles an hour, I'll use his vernacular, sideways, right? But you're heading straight south. But as you head straight south, suddenly you're going 600 mile an hour south, sideways, but Accra's going 1,000 miles an hour. And as you get nearer, yeah, it's still going 1,000 miles. Your sideways motion as you travel thing. So it should be, you should never catch it. In fact, the only way to catch it is on its way back round, because you've never got that. And this is their claim, that sideways motion, as he calls it. You can't ever increase that because you get that at the point of leaving the Earth into the same reference frame. I know it's nonsense, but they claim. But what Brian's saying is, even in that, you see, mathematically, they can't catch Accra up.
Exactly, Adam. They literally can't take a direct due south course. They have to fly. They have no choice but to fly east and try and catch up with it, or fly west and try and meet it on its way around. That's that's all they can do. Because 6.5 hours later, which is the length of the flight, Accra, Ghana will be in a place that will be over 6,000 miles away from the starting point of that airplane.
Exactly. There's consequences if they're moving at different rates, precisely. That's the causes of the Coriolis effect in actual terms. The Coriolis effect being you turning underneath things and the differential that you'd observe in the ball versus where it's travelling to. So obviously, if you're the red dot in this description and you're moving away from where the ball's travelling to. So if it wants to actually reach that position, it's got to travel a greater distance. That's the causes of the Coriolis effect. Meanwhile, the Coriolis effect is merely you turning beneath something moving straight and looking at it seem to curve. Well, if it's seeming to curve because you're turning underneath it, like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, the ball curves because Earth turns underneath at different rates, then Earth's turning underneath the ball at different rates. So Earth's turning under the football, and it would turn underneath aeroplanes and hot air balloons and drones, and we'd notice. Because those things, like drones and helicopters and aeroplanes, stay in the air for a significant period longer than footballs do. And if it's claimed to be a Coriolis deflection in the same way as the stars are claimed to be turning because we're turning beneath them, then according to that claim, there's a 15 degrees an hour claimed to be deflection. That's what the claim is. Because the deflection, Coriolis effect, is what you observe from the ground in the item travelling straight, with Earth turning underneath it. So Earth's turning underneath aeroplanes? Definitely not. It would shorten their flight times. It would cause absolute chaos. It's just a complete lie. We're not experiencing Coriolis effect. So Neil deGrasse Tyson has inserted a wind that negates Coriolis effect at a rate of 1,000 miles an hour, bonded to an Earth that's got all directions of surface winds. Utter nonsense. Another shout out to Skeptic936, who's dropped another $100 on the show to stay live for another hour. What we'll do is we'll definitely round out this What's Up with Coriolis, because this isn't it, Neil deGrasse Tyson video. and then we'll go to the after show because my kids are going to want to come in and get fed and stuff. So I don't want lots of loud noise of kids screaming in the live show, but we'll get to the end of this. My wife's been tolerant enough.
And hit it with another round object, all right? A fraction of an inch can make all the difference in how
what she said.
How the thing bounces away from it.
Totally.
Right? So you have a round bat hitting a round ball, a cylindrical bat, but it's still round.
So quickly, as soon as he's made the comparison and connection to his Coriolis bullshit of Globiolis effect and 1,000 miles an hour sideways winds, which is sod all to do with Coriolis, he's straight onto a new example. So he's padded away from his nonsense contradiction as far as he possibly can in terms of the fictitious force that
May I
causes
ask
hurricanes.
something about inertia?
And now he's on to baseball bats and balls. Go on, John.
Well, I'll ask it in the after show, but I have a question about constant acceleration and non-inertial, but I'll ask it in the after show.
Okay.
I just want to draw the direct parallels to what he's doing now with obfuscation tactics for making everybody confused as hell. They do the exact same thing with gravity and bendy space-time and all that sort of nonsense. And it's to make you revert back to the default position that A, gravity is a force, and B, Coriolis is a force. That's what they're trying to do, make you think that Coriolis is a force.
You know what else? What other topic people do that with?
Gravity.
Ether.
Oh, ether. Well, gravity, ether, same piss in a different bowl.
It's true, though.
True. You look at those, how those topics are discussed. There's a very similarity.
Which is why you've got to have a certain level of intellect to spot the nuance, because if you're of a low IQ, like Dawn Treader, for example, he's not got the capacity to spot the doublespeak. If you're of a greater IQ than Dawn Treader, you've got half a chance of spotting it if it's pointing out to you. But you might not spot it. You might revert back to the default position. But if you've got a significant IQ, then you're going to spot the doublespeak. But because it's not easy to put the phraseology together to identify it like coherently, concisely, then you end up doing what me and Arwen do, which is where we argue against but realize with each other because vocabulary's they're at the point where we're unpicking the vocabulary because we all realize the doublespeak, but we haven't got the vocab to be able to put it into language in a way that everybody understands, which is what we're actually doing right now. Carry on.
Well, just a quick shout out to Retro Bill, who just gives me money again. Thank you very much indeed for all of the super chats. I really, really, really appreciate it. If you did want to support me via PayPal, there's a link to that as well. I do really, really need a new chair that doesn't squeak.
In its cross section, hits a round ball. A fraction of an inch is a ground out, home run, or pop out.
Nothing to do with Coriolis effect.
Okay. Same is true with a round football hitting the cylindrical upright. So, I think that third of an inch made a difference.
It would if Earth was turning underneath. It'd make a difference to flight times. They'd be shortened when traveling west because Earth would be turning underneath them.
You can that's how much
Wouldn't it make a difference to every game that's played with the ball that leaves the non-inertial reference frame? Like, why is it just this game in particular that he likes to point out? It would make a difference in every game, every sport where the ball has to leave the ground.
Yeah,
David
it also was a feeble compare and contrast. A round football. Does he think football's around? American football's around?
He didn't watch this game.
Well, he also thinks the Earth is pear-shaped, and then changed that to it's hamburger shaped now, which was a new one on me.
Is that new? Maybe that's a Globeburger reference.
Coriolis force operate.
Not a force. Fictitious. Remember? Fictitious force? Pseudo force? You made it clear that it's not really a force. Now it's moved, underneath for us to see a not actual deflection because Earth turns underneath. Now you've got a very real effect going on here.
In the 55 yards of the field goal.
Imagine if it was thousands of miles of air travel. Would it be a quarter of an inch then? Go on, whoever it is from Discord. D-Rose, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I wrote this down on the chat thing, but I want to say this on the air. Neil deGrasse Tyson is he's both a blatant, habitual liar and a scheming, untrustworthy charlatan whom I would never trust, not only with my children, but nobody else's children.
I don't know about
Because
children.
when you
Let's
can
not bring
lie,
children
like,
into it.
when you can,
I don't know. He might be a great
like
babysitter. In the interest of balance, he may be an excellent babysitter. But I agree, he's a total charlatan.
Yeah, I mean, when somebody can lie like this with a straight face, paid or not, incentivized or not, they're untrustworthy. They're untrustworthy.
Yep.
From the football, ludicrous, nonsensical explanation, not giving any credit to Akers, to Golden, all the professional Hall of Fame, kickers who know how to manipulate the trajectory of a football by making it curve the same way a golf player can make a ball or a baseball pitcher can make a ball curve to whatever trajectory it wants to. He's going to try to say that's Coriolis. He should be arrested and spanked with a hard-cover dictionary.
Easy now. Let's not dole out corporal punishment. Bank that, man.
I'm done, man. I wanted to say worse. I was trying to be,
The sentiment I agree with, right? I don't know about getting him arrested, but he is definitely a charlatan.
Right. Charlatan, 3,000%. Yep.
Definitely.
D-Rose, not for nothing. I respect the sentiment, and that's why I always bring this clown up. Because it's like the way he lies and just spits his nonsense. It's like, trust me, bro. I know how you feel. I got your back.
Preposterous. It's preposterous. You're full. I don't even, and I feel sorry for the dumb people who believe him. I feel sorry for them. I really feel sorry for them. They have to be 30-something-year-old people that tell people they don't believe in Santa Claus and Tooth Fairy, but deep down inside, they're like, you know what? I still believe. They have to be that. Oh man, I don't know. It's just hilarious.
No, I think that third of an inch made a difference, and you can. That's how much Coriolis force operated in the 55 yards of the field goal.
So he's claiming Coriolis force, which is a fictitious force, a force that causes things to seem like they curve. So the ball seemed like it curved because Earth turned underneath. Then Earth turns underneath aeroplanes. If the Earth was a ball with a radius of 3959 and a rim velocity of 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, then that would equate to a difference in flight time from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles of 4.5 hours standard flight to about an hour and a half, because Earth would be turning underneath, for you to observe this not actual deflection in the long period that it's not attached to the ground that's turning beneath, according to this example. Further to that, that's the cause of Coriolis effect. The effect, that's Coriolis, has sod all to do with the actual spin direction of hurricanes. That's nothing to do with Coriolis. Just to summarise what we've had discussed by Tyson, the lying shit.
And just so everyone knows, that's Tom Brady's field goal that he's referring to.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Coriolis owes a lot of people some money. Because everybody who had money riding on that
Quick, Shell, tell us this is science.
game.
No, you're checking the bets.
An optical illusion owes money now. That's cute.
Yeah, they were just like, how do we find this Coriolis?
Now, just because I'm an educator,
No, charlatan. You didn't just educate anybody. You talked about something you had no experience in. Meteorology.
Isn't it heresy rather than charlatan?
What? Sorry.
Isn't it a heretic rather than a charlatan?
He's a priest, so I can't really call him a heretic. If he's incorporated Globiolis into the actual globe earth rhetoric, then that's just the globe earth rhetoric. It's something I had to concede to Brian the other day.
Isn't a priest one that preaches religion, right? Religious dogma. And isn't a heretic or a heretic one that preaches the wrong religious dogma? So isn't he preaching the wrong religious dogma? Because he's saying that he's preaching the globe earth religion, right? But he's actually not, because the globe earth religion is the sky. I'm sure this is heresy.
A week ago, I'd agreed with you. I know what you're saying. A week ago, I'd agreed with you, but Brian pointed this out to me. No, it's not a heretic because he's defying Coriolis effect, not the globe. The globe has Coriolis effect. Now, let's call it terrestrial Coriolis effect so it's easier to digest, Anthony. Their claim is globiolus. Now, for the longest part, I was like, no, their claim's Coriolis. Because, why? There it is in the title, right? And here's what Coriolis is. Here's the description of it. It doesn't include hurricanes. It doesn't include pressure systems. It doesn't include actual drift. It doesn't include actual deflection. It's a illusion of things seeming to curve, right? That's what it is. So when they label it Coriolis effect and Brian says, no, their claim's globiolus, it did not compute for me. Because there it is in the title. No, they're talking about Coriolis effect, Brian. Well, they're getting it wrong. Well, that just means they're getting it wrong. But when you say, oh, they're heretics, yeah, because they're defying what the globe claims, because the globe claims Coriolis effect? No, as Brian's now got me to understand, when they say Coriolis effect, it's terrestrial Coriolis effect, Anthony, otherwise known as globiolus. They say Coriolis, but it isn't. So while I'm pointing out every point that it isn't Coriolis and telling you what Coriolis is, globe Coriolis isn't Coriolis. It's terrestrial Coriolis.
What you're saying is it's the same as 7/6R, right? What they claim is refraction, but actually, when you look at what they're actually claiming, it's not refraction as per the real world refraction. It's 7/6R.
Yes.
What you're actually saying is when they claim Coriolis, what they're really doing is they're redefining Coriolis like they redefine refraction. And instead of it being 7/6R, instead of it being real world refraction and 7/6R as the substitute, what they're actually doing is redefining Coriolis to suit their delusion, right?
Yes.
I think I've narrowed it down a bit.
Yes.
My definition. So yeah, that's exactly what they're doing, Tony. In Coriolis, we've got two reference frames, okay? But in globiolus, we've got one reference frame and two sideways speeds. That's switcheroo.
Yeah.
I don't think I would allow the reference frame.
The difference is that
Go on, Neil.
difference between the two. Go on, Neil. I'll go after.
Yeah, go on, Neil.
Nah, it said magic speed. That's the magic speed.
No, that's something else. That's for the moon's trajectory to give us straight on claim to be craters. That's something else. Anyway, go on, Neil. Brian.
Yeah, I'll be quick, Nathan. The difference is the easiest way to understand this is the difference is this. When we speak about Coriolis, the Coriolis effect, we're talking about an apparent deviation. When they speak about what they call Coriolis, we could call it standard Coriolis, just for comedy effect. But when they speak about globiolus, they're not speaking about an apparent deviation. They're speaking about an actual deviation. So what they speak about is an actual deviation, whereas what we speak about is an apparent optical effect.
Gotcha.
Two completely different things.
Exactly. So that's why I can take the high ground and say Neil deGrasse Tyson's a lying bastard, as I have, because he made it explicitly clear at the beginning of this video that it's a not actual deflection. He called it fictitious, but then went on to pad out his video to quite a lot longer than it normally would be. Normally they're about 8 or 10 minutes. This one's knocking on 17 minutes. So that he didn't have to make the direct connection when someone else asked him about Coriolis effect after detailing wind and weather. So he's a lying shit because he knows it's fictitious. He detailed it at the beginning of the video. And at the end of the video, he's talking about these are the effects of Coriolis. And talking about the effect of the 1/4 of an inch or 3/4 of an inch or whatever it was, deflection. All right, so it's actually deflecting then. Well, that's not Coriolis. That's an actual deflection because of a differential in wind speed, according to you, because the winds are travelling 1,000 miles an hour at one part and slightly slower, slightly higher up, a hemispherical Earth, I assume, to be turning. Therefore, the differential will cause an actual curve path in this football. Actual curve path? Lying bastard. Fictitious it ain't then. Why did you go out of your way to explain how fictitious it was when it's curving fucking footballs? Just lying bastard. That's why I can call him it. No guilt here. Not going to lose any sleep about my lying, because I'm not. He is a lying bastard. It's not fictitious if it's causing the ball to curve. Lying bastard. Simple as.
Well, I'm reading right here about a non-inertial reference frame, and it is a frame of reference that undergoes acceleration with respect to an inertial frame. An accelerometer at rest in a non-inertial frame will, in general, detect a non-zero acceleration. When you put an accelerator on the ground, what does it read?
Acceleration.
What is it? Zero?
Oh, you're asking if I was to put an accelerometer on my ground now, what would it read? 0.
Proof the Earth isn't spinning.
Right.
Measured.
Yeah.
Actually, didn't
Hold on. I
go
just want to reiterate John's point. If you're moving in a rotational value, you're constantly accelerating, and you detect it. Simple. We're not. We aren't. We haven't got any detection. There is no rotation. And according to this, we've got a wind that moves 1,000 miles an hour to negate any effect. Well, what effect are we talking about? Well, a non-effect. A fictitious effect that's going to make the ball curve. Lying bastard.
Well, they don't have the non-inertial reference frame to even describe it with Coriolis. You can measure that it's not that.
The first thing they do is remove the secondary reference. That's the first thing is to get rid of that big problem. Because look at what it's a bit like curvature. They're trying to flatten out the curve. In this case, they're trying to reduce the implications of Coriolis. So the only way to do it is to redefine what it is, turn it into this differential of sideways speeds by first of all placing everything in the same reference frame with the assumption that wherever you are, whatever phase of matter you're in, wherever you leave the surface, that will always be your sideways speed. And as that plays out, that's the new, it's Globiolis. It's exactly what Globiolis is.
Well, I would like to point out that moving in a circular path, whether you're changing speed or not, is a constant acceleration because you're constantly changing directions.
Correct.
So you would be able to measure it.
Correct.
So therefore, when they beg the question of a non-inertial turning reference frame, show us it measured. Oh, you can't? Well, then it isn't. Because it would be. Constantly accelerating if we're turning in a circle. Doesn't matter at what rim velocity, there'll be an acceleration to detect. And there isn't. We've got ears. We detect it.
It's not that they don't have any measurements. We have measurements that show it's not moving.
Chocolate. What do you call someone who thinks proof that you're spinning is that you don't feel any effects of it?
Rover.
Be a baller, yeah.
I said the rotation of the Earth, but I didn't mention Coriolis. Because if you label it, then people get distracted by the name.
Excuse me? What, like you have specifically labelled it in your video title, described how you're going to ask what it is and explain it in your title, and your shill who lied about science being somehow the topic of this discussion specifically asked you about how you were describing it when he asked you about Coriolis. Yeah, this is what a charlatan does. Notice how I wasn't talking about Coriolis because I didn't need to. It would just confuse you. You've just spent the last 14 minutes talking about Coriolis and answering questions about Coriolis in a title video called What is the Coriolis Effect? And you're now going to tell us that you didn't do that. You didn't because it would just confuse people. All right. No. What you did was intentionally confuse people for 14 straight minutes and lie about what Coriolis isn't and beg the question of a sphere Earth that's turning whilst talking about bloody weather. Go on.
Well, just because people brought up measurements there a minute ago, I couldn't come in on that point at the time. There's measurements of how far airplanes fly from London to Ghana. There's measurements of that. There's measurements of all flights, north, south, south, north. That absolutely disproves everything that he's saying. There's actual
and it prevents them from understanding the concept. So I said from the rotation of the Earth. Well, how does that happen? The next two tweets, I said this is like the Coriolis force, and then I mentioned storms and this sort of thing.
Right, so it wasn't Coriolis Force. You didn't want to confuse people, so you told them that it was the Coriolis Force in your tweet, even though you understand, as you disclaimed in this video, that it's fictitious. You still ascribed a force to a ball curving in actuality to a fictitious force. You lying bastard. Now you're going to tell us how you didn't want to confuse people, but your tweets told them it was Coriolis Force? Yeah, lying bastard.
Thing.
Yeah, that's
So
maybe into a real force, though. Fundamentally, it's this sideways force. He gives everything sideways rotation, and that's actually the conversion into a real force. So when he then describes it to give it a reduced, to flatten his curve, to reduce the actual effects of real Coriolis, in reality, it does stop being a fictitious force and is an ascribed force that's actually happening in reality in making it curve. It is a brilliant switcheroo. And then to come at the end like that, that's just shocking. That's galling.
That's him talking to his audience and telling you how stupid you are, because he's got all these explainer videos for the Coriolis, but you guys will just get confused if I use the word Coriolis, which is supposed to be what I'm explaining to you. So I didn't use the word. It's preposterous.
No, he had a sycophant science scamming shill there to ask him what Coriolis was, in spite of him not having to say the word Coriolis. So in this case, he needs a third party to make this magic trick works. He needs help. He needs an assistant in a pretty dress with a smile to smirk and ask you, after detailing how scientific this isn't, well, what about the Coriolis effect? For you to jabber on about weather for 5 or 10 minutes. This requires multi-level wizardry, doesn't it? Otherwise, he'd just be on his own or he'd be with a comedian. But the other guy knows when to drop the words of science in, doesn't he? Unlike the comedian.
Well, every magician needs a woman to saw in half, right? you can't do the trick if you don't got the props for the trick.
Yeah, the other guy is the woman that gets sawed in half.
Now, for all north-south oriented stadiums, I watch for this when that happens. So there you have it, Coriolis Force on
fictitious, but you watch for how it makes balls deflect. Lying bastard.
Storms.
He's watching. I'm sorry.
Go on.
He's watching for north-south pointed stadiums. What about runways? What about runways where planes have to actually land on moving ground? What about that? We're not going to pay any mind to that, right?
If we take Brian's example, Chocolate, if the airstrip in Accra after you caught up with it, then there would be a sideways difference of about 400 miles an hour.
No, and I tell you why not. Because you can't catch up with it, because there's no commercial airliner that can fly 900 plus miles an hour.
No, none of them are. They're going sideways. Whatever. Remember, none of this 600, 800,000 miles an hour comes from the engines of the plane. No, it's automatically imported sideways as they take off going forward ways. Remember, not.
But I think I'm missing the nuance of what I'm saying. This is something I added in at the end of the video. Even if everything they said was true, no airplane could ever get to Accra, Ghana, because there's no commercial airliner in existence that can fly the speeds you need to fly to get to where they need to be.
In football games,
there'd be no way around it.
And putting chalk on old-fashioned record players playing at any speed at all, Chuck. All right, guys, we got to call it quits on the Coriolis effect. I didn't mention who the dude was who first came up with it.
Came up with it being not actual deflection observed from a non-inertial turning reference frame as U-turn beneath something moving in a straight path in an inertial reference frame. Came up with it. You didn't even detail it. You talked about chalk on a record player and actual deflections and winds that have actual rotational values as opposed to not actual deflection. So what you're now going to detail and cite who came up with the crap you went through?
No, my notes.
Right. No. I think he's going to go back to the real definitions for his final switcheroo.
If I may, I'd like to make another point. Don M said this in the chat, which we both know we're Giants fans. NFL games start at 4 p.m. Eastern time or 3:30 with its wild card special playoffs. Any game, no game is in overtime at 5:45 or a quarter to 6 p.m. So right out the bat, Neil, deGrasse Tyson lied about his experience about the overtime. I just wanted to put that out there. That's how much of a liar he is.
Sorry,
He doesn't even know the.
You're right, but he also thinks that American football's around.
Exactly. He's stupid. He's a stupid liar. That's it. That's all.
Get his whole name right.
Time was bending
Gaspard Gustav Coriolis.
Oh yeah, he's
published a-
totally fictitious.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Nobody would have that name in real life.
Well, only his force is a fictitious force. That's all.
Oh, back to it being a fictitious force. How did it curve a ball?
There it is.
There it is.
Oh my God.
I thank you. I thank you.
Adam, you called it beautifully. Adam Meakin, ladies and gentlemen, called it just before it happened. Absolutely epic. I didn't think he'd loop back and double down back on his original assertion of Coriolis and its fictional force. Hold on. So, fictitious? So right at the end, you've summarised it as a fictitious force. How did it curve a ball? Why is it causing winds to change directions? What has this got anything to do with the not actual fictitious force that I went through as you were bullshitting about wind and turning Earths and hemispheres the whole time I was pointing out this fictitious force and how it wasn't what you just discussed, Tyson? Yeah, I also have absolutely no issue whatsoever calling you a lying shit and calling this man a sycophantic, science bullshitting scumbag. That's what I'll call this guy. Because what did you offer? All you were there for is to insert Coriolis where he couldn't so that you could lie about what it was as he detailed something it wasn't. That's what this guy, that's all he did. Say, oh, well, we're talking about theories. What fucking theories got talked about, Dumbo? None. So just here to pad the minds of the guys watching and the girls watching that this might somehow be science. Make sure you elevate the position of the guy bullshitting you to being somehow in line with science. That's all this man did. That's all he said. He inserted Coriolis when it wasn't being talked about and made it seem like it was science. You are scum. Tyson is a lying bastard, and the comedian's too thick to know what's going on around him. And he's being used as a useful idiot to be sawn in half.
Oh, not him.
Nathan, look, as soon as you address, like, oh, but you said that it was a real force, now it's a fictitious force. Well, all he's going to do if he was actually facing you indirectly through the internet is just like, oh, no, I'll just go back to how it was a force again, right? Because he can just switch back. Like one time it's a force, then it's not a force, and he can just keep on juggling left to right, left to right.
Oh, with me, you can't.
This is a true shit sandwich, yeah? He's given science either side of the shit he served up for the majority. He started with it, describing it fictitious with the correct description. He ends with it. It's the goal of the man. He got no shame, has he? No shame.
He knows
Yeah,
he's
it's not a
lying.
50-yard field goal either. It's a damn 42-yard field goal. It was in 2018. It was kicked by Ted Nugent. Cat scratch fever. This
Tom
is a
Brady,
short-
weren't it?
It wasn't Tom Brady.
Tom
it was
Brady.
Mike.
We all
Nugent.
know it was Tom Brady.
It
Brian
wasn't Tom Brady.
All right.
It was Mike.
He published a
it was
paper in
Mike Nugent,
1835.
who I
with this
called
analysis.
Tom
So
Brady did it.
this is still relatively modern, last couple of
Nugent.
100 years.
Yeah.
Get the understanding of this, given how long we've been thinking about the natural world.
Sorry, this is related to the natural world. Sorry, correct me if I'm wrong. I can't think of any natural examples of Coriolis effect that he's given. And the ones that we struggled to come up with when we pondered this would be to say you'd either have to be Wizard of Oz style whizzing around in a hurricane or twirling down a drain like whirlpool that would naturally be occur. And as you're twirling around in a whirlpool towards your death, you go, oh, look at that branch. I'm going to grab it. It's coming towards me. Oh, it's gone away. Oh, look at that branch. I'll grab it. It's coming towards me. Oh, it's going away. That would be a Coriolis effect observable in nature. But beyond that, certainly wasn't detailed by him to be in any way naturally occurring. None of what he described was a natural phenomena in line with Coriolis. He just described weather. That's natural. There's certainly not Coriolis effect in a natural setting. He hasn't detailed that.
No, but what I said, remember I said earlier at the very start of the video, or close to the start of the video, that within his paradigm, he can claim the Coriolis effect as a naturally observed phenomenon, because within his paradigm, the stars are all rotating around him because he's actually rotating.
Yeah, because he
So
begs
they
the question.
appear to have
Because he begs the question, but he
begs the
didn't.
question.
No. I realise that because he begs the question. He can say that the natural phenomena of star rotation. He didn't bring that up though.
No, but that's why when he brings in science,
Actually,
technically,
hold on, that's a good
within his
point.
hold on. But hang on. Technically, within the paradigm that he's pre-assuming, that would be a naturally observed phenomenon.
Hold on. You've just struck on something accidentally that I hadn't thought of. This is a show called Star Talk, and in the back, there's a fucking telescope. Right? Why didn't he detail the 15 degrees an hour claimed to be Coriolis deflection of the stars once? Why didn't he detail it? Do you want to know why? Because it would absolutely piss in the face of the garbage nonsense that he convoluted with 1,000 miles an hour sideways winds and actual deflections when detailing fictitious forces. Yeah? Because as soon as he details the stars seeming to drift, literally no effect but Earth turning beneath them, he's in line with the actual description of Coriolis effect instead of the bullshit globiolus that he detailed. So that's why on Star Talk, he literally didn't mention once the claim that Coriolis effect is observable in the stars. He didn't say it once.
Yeah, fucking brilliant.
So anyhow, that's it.
No stars. Star Talk. 15 degrees an hour claimed to be deflection by Coriolis effect in the stars, Neil. Why didn't you mention it on Star Talk? I would expect the bare minimum of Star Talk to have stars included, especially as it's the primary claim of Coriolis effect. Would it be that every single smegging word that you just said would be violated by the claim of a 15 degrees an hour turn of the Earth underneath the stars? When you claim there's 1,000 miles an hour winds and deflections and actual curved paths of balls. No, it would absolutely violate that if you just described a flat out simple not actual drift of the stars at 15 degrees an hour, wouldn't it? So you didn't mention it on Star Talk? I wonder why, you fucking charlatan.
Yeah,
well, when you
because
spend half the video... Sorry, man. You go ahead.
No, you go, I go after.
So, yeah, I was going to say, well, the thing is, when you spend half the video giving excuses and disclaimers as to why the thing that you're claiming doesn't actually happen, you can't really point to the thing that has the same basic cause, right? The stars rotating, or the same cause of the Coriolis effect that he's supposed to be detailing. Well, that always happens. It never stops. So you can't spend half the video disclaiming how that doesn't happen and then talk about another effect that does always happen. That would be a problem. So that's why he can't talk about that.
Right.
I'm done.
Because they actually do, in their rhetoric, they are is proper Coriolis, and we do observe it. You know what I mean? Whereas the last thing he wants is actually for you to be able to observe it. He spent the whole on chocolate. Yeah, it's also explaining why we don't observe it, don't feel it, and that's how we know it's real.
For this
because he has to
installment
claim
of Explainers, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
One second.
Keep looking up.
Wanted to check that was the end of the video.
But,
Go on.
No worries. He has to claim that both Coriolis and Globiolus, he has to claim both of those simultaneously. He needs to be able to claim Coriolis for the stars, the sun and moon. Well, not the moon, sorry, the sun and the stars. And he needs to be able to claim Globiolus for the Earth and effects he's claiming we observe or claim happen, or the way that he claims they happen. So he can't speak about the two of them in the one show, because one would be the actual Coriolis effect and the other would be a load of made-up nonsense. So he can't do that.
Right, and we got the made-up nonsense version in this video. No Star Talk. But with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making this live, and there won't be an after show today, possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, maybe hitting the PayPal link. Maybe I'll get a new chair, who knows. Obviously, another massive thank you to all of you for doing that. Really, really, really do appreciate it. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!